So it is great. Great, great, great. Güzel Michael. Güzel Michael. Skorlar Mike. What do you do that? Okay. Bench. Give it. I'll do it. So, okay. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, and dear participants. As the skies of Thrissur resonates with the grandeur of Puram, one of the Kerala's most significant and beloved festivals, we are reminded of the collective spirit, unity, and cultural richness that defines our land. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today and to share my experience of the Social Stock Exchange on 25th April 2026, a day that holds deep cultural resonance in Kerala as we remember the legacy of Kumaran Asan, a visionary who used to be literature as a tool for the social transformation. It is therefore especially fitting that we gather today to discuss another transformative idea, the role of social stock exchange in shaping a more inclusive and equitable Kerala. Kerala is known for the God's own country. So it starts with the giving in the nature. It has a long stood at the forefront of the social development, be it literacy, healthcare, or human development indicators. Yes, yet we have moved to rapidly evolving economic landscape. The question before is not just growth, but the purposeful growth. And for this purposeful growth, development sector has to come forward to build the nation. Today, we have to going to discuss about the social stock exchange. And before that, I just want to briefly introduce myself. I am CA Rakesh Tile, chartered accountant by profession, qualified in 2001. And with the development sector, I am working for almost last 5 years since the concept of social stock exchange come into the picture. The ICMI SAO, I am the member of the ICMI SAO who is actively organizing the program for the awareness of the social stock exchange. We just heard Dr. Gupta, who has briefly explained about the benefits and registrations and listing on the social stock exchange about the NGOs. We also heard Mr. Asraf, who told about the activities of the tunnel. But I'm surprised that tunnel is not yet registered, sir. They are crowdfunding, and I believe immediately post my session, your first step to be get on registered on the social stock exchange. As we require, as ecosystem, if we have to build up, and we have to channelize the funding, and why the requirement is there, I will also let you know during my presentation. May I use this mic, please? Here I want. Yeah. Hello. Thank you. Because there I feel that I'm bounded. I'm not connected with you all, right? So I want to movement and also movement of the NGOs towards the social stock exchange, and that is where we are coming in. Thank you. Yeah. So, how many of us have heard about the social stock exchange? Great. A few, but great. And how many of us know about this that it is going to be a future if NGOs come into the picture and the crowdfunding channelized? And Asraf sir, I especially request you to get it listed because you already mentioned that you are getting the fund through crowdfunding. And to build the nation, we need the NGOs can come forward because the first step is that why should we list on the stock exchange even if we are getting the funds? So large NGOs are looking at this that we have already tied up. Why should be another compliance we should add in our kitty? So I will answer that also during my session that why should you go forward, take a step forward towards the nation building. So first I will set the context why the need of social stock exchange arises and how the NGOs can form part of the nation building. Earlier NGOs are looking only for the charity to serve the nation, to serve not the nation, rather serve the people. The hardcore only effect is that you are serving the people. Charity, Hindi में we are saying नेकी कर दरिया में डाल means give and therefore God, right? But it is time for the responsibility to build the nation for a purpose. As I mentioned in my remarks also, growth with the purposeful growth. So we have to grow with a purpose. In the British era, the private sector is coming with the profit motive, right? Everyone is looking for the profit. Nobody is caring for the employees, nobody is caring for the laborers. Very bad conditions, only profit. When we become independent, we come to the people, profit, and the planet. So we are looking at something people also. We start giving to the labor unions, all these planet we have come up. Now with the introduction of SDG, Social Development Goals that all the 193 nations have signed in 2015, the profit has been gone away. Out of the 5P, they have mentioned all the 193 nations have agreed that there will be no profit. We have created the prosperity. People, peace, prosperity, participation. So these are the 5Ps they have mentioned. So till 1997, 1990s, that is a waking up area. From 1990 to 2012, this is a waking up era where the development sector need has been, sustainability need has been grown up. Post that, from 2012 to 2020, it is the regulatory that we have given the regulatory shape. SDG goals have been signed. Our finance minister has announced the social stock exchange. The CSR, all the rules have been amended and they have been in sync with the sustainable development goals. So CSR have been linked. BRSR also made mandatory just to achieve this SDG goals. So the social development goals are the backbone or the background from where the whole idea of social stock exchange come in because India need $1 trillion every year to bridge the gap and from where the fund will come. So we have to attack 360-degree, not only the private sector, also development sector and channelize the crowdfunding. So if you can see, the investors are also now focused on the sustainability. If you read the private sector companies annual reports also, they have now converted the integrated reporting. Their BRSR reporting is compulsory nowadays, right? CSR is made compulsory in 2013 only Companies Act, and now the concept of social stock exchange. This is about the sustainable development goal I just talked about. So these are talking about not only just an indicators. What are the difference? Earlier also there are the goals, there are the things going on global level, but these goals are measurable. There are 232 indicators which will measure your performance. Agree? So 232 unique indicators, and in that also there are the measurement list is there. During my session also after this, I will also go through some one presentation, short presentation that how can you measure your impact. So I have made a case study. We have made the SROI, social rate of investment, return on investment, that need to be calculated by the NGO. That will give a confidence to the donors also and to the NGO staff also and to the NGO that how they are building the nation, how they are creating the nation. In the SDG, there are the 17 sustainable goals, and these sustainable goals have been also incorporated in the social stock exchange thematic area. So any NGO who is doing these activities, they are eligible to register on the stock exchange. This includes no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, safe drinking water, promoting education, renewable energy, supporting independent social enterprises, protection of national heritage, training to promote rural sports. So all the activities normally you are doing are covered under this. As I mentioned also, UNDP estimates $1 trillion per year gap, the funding requirement in India. That is to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals. What does this mean? That we have signed an agreement. We have signed the agreement with all the 193 nation commitment, and there are the measurable gaps, right? So 232 indicators we have signed that this is our target, measurable target, and to achieve that target, when the back working is done, then this 1 trillion gap is coming out. And from where this money will come? The government has targeted all the three areas from the BR private sector, HNIs, as well as the social enterprises or the social sector. So they have captured the private sector through PRSR. They have made top 1,000 listed companies mandatory to publish PRSR reporting in their annual reports so that these goals can be achieved. So BRSR principles are also based on these sustainable goals. Then they target about from the CSR. From the CSR, they are capturing corporate sector as well as social sector, because corporate sector has to give 2% of their profit to the social sector. So they have make a bridge between the corporate sector and the social sector. And third one is the social stock exchange, where civil society organizations have been targeted that they have to come forward and register themselves or funding opportunity so that funds can be channelized through structured platform. Now, can anyone tell me why the social stock exchange is important? Though I have Mr. Gupta also mentioned the three regions, I will give you 10 regions why you should go and register on the social stock exchange. But I see the presentation of Mr. Asraf also. Sorry, sir. Right. The first credibility or registration, what you mentioned, income tax, ATG. And how many you agree that if your organization is registered with ATG, it will be a sign of credibility, right? Raise your hands, please, if you are agree with me. Yeah, let it be an interactive session, right? And if you are registered with FCRA, it is another tag that okay, you are full. Why? Because you are regulated. You are making the compliance. Why a private company is less credible than a listed company? You have a listed company also, you have private company also, you have unlisted companies also. Why the unlisted company has the less credibility than the listed company? Though the listed company might have 25% public shareholder, 74% can be held by the promoters only. Because they are responsible, they are regulated, they are answerable to the public. The moment you become registered on the stock exchange, your visibility increases. Your efficiency will improve. Your staff will become feel proud that he is working in a listed NGO, in an NGO who is listed on the stock exchange. So to bring that pool, we have to come forward and get it the registered us ourselves on the social stock exchange. Keeping forward my point, this is a study mentioned India ranks low in the giving index developed by CAF. The index is developed based on donating money, volunteering time, and helping strangers. Though in absolute terms, We are the one first, but based on the population, we rank below. Second item they have observed that all the three areas, India has the highest numbers. And there are two elements. First, organization believes that India has amazing people. India has amazing people working in the giving sphere, but also has unethical practices. We have how many NGOs we have in India? 33 lakhs. 33 lakhs, 34 lakhs NGOs we are having in India. What does that mean? For every 500 people, we have one NGO. We have one NGO in every street or every locality in India. And that is the power, that is the thing what we have to channelize in the right direction. This unorganized sector, right? I will call it unorganized, that everyone has their own NGOs because everyone want to donate. Everyone want to donate from his income, whosoever he may be, some percentage of the income, irrespective of the religion, irrespective of anything, everyone say we have to donate something from our income for a noble cause. Right. And if they know that there are two NGOs, one is more efficient than the other, definitely I will give to the one who is more efficient. Second point, what comes in my mind that when you are comparing, when you are listed, today you are donating on the facelifting. When I am giving you donation, it is on the facelifting basis. If I know you, I can give you the donation. If I don't know, then I literally want to escape the route. I don't want. So once you register, definitely you are assessed, you are regulated, you will get the fund. This is the what Mr. Gupta also mentioned about the Amrit Kal and 2047, which is Bharat vision of Mr. Modi. That India with a GDP of 4.2 trillion US dollar is the fourth largest economy of the world. And now NGO, we are looking at the NGOs, the civil service society organization, to be part of this nation building. Because without them, without the help of the social sector, it is impossible to achieve this objective. The social sector is incredibly important in today's world. It provides support to vulnerable communities, create positive change in the form of new policies. Now, what is the three major things this Mr. Gupta also mentioned? The challenges faced by the social sector: visibility, credibility, and fundraising. We are not getting project-based funding. Though in CSR now we are getting, but again I'm mentioning CSR is only one part. Everyone is looking at the corporate that we are getting CSR funding. We are welcoming legends in the next sessions from the corporate sectors, and we might be looking that they might fund our organization also. But the untapped portion, crowdfunding, which you can channelize, that is huge amount, much more than this CSR funding. The point is that how to present ourselves, how to encash it, and how to make ourselves more responsible and accountable towards the crowd. And that is the platform the social stock exchange is providing to all of us. In 2019, Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitaraman, she mentioned it is time to take our capital markets closer to the masses and meet various social welfare objectives related to inclusive growth and financial inclusion. And she proposes to initiate steps towards creating an electronic fundraising platform, a social stock exchange under the regulatory ambit of SEBI for listed social enterprises and voluntary organizations. So in 2019, she come forward with the thought of social stock exchange that is a platform for you to raise the money. Like companies are coming with an IPO, the NGOs can come up with their IPO also to list their project, to come up with the project, and the DHRP which the private companies are filing and DFRD which you are filing are on the same scale. With the same scrutiny, rather more scrutiny they are getting on the NGOs. So once you are getting your DHRP or DFRD finalized in principal approval, that means your organization is at the next level in compliance as well as in the next credibility level. As I mentioned, that UDP study mentioned that there is a credibility factor missing. But the moment you are getting your organization listed on the stock exchange, that credibility will build up. In 2023, 22, the dream of that announcement come true, and Social Stock Exchange has been formed as a part of the main board of SSC and BSC. Like we have the SME exchange, we have the Social Stock Exchange on the NSC and BSC, both the platforms. So far, 115 CSOs are registered with the SSC, Social Stock Exchange, out of which 90 are with the NSC and 25 are with the BSC. 16 projects are listed on the NSC and 2 on the BSC. Out of this, Unnati Foundation from Bangalore has registered 3 times, listed 3 times on the stock exchange. It doesn't mean that you have to list only once. NGO has to register. Registration means full NGO will be registered, and project listing can be done by project. So you can list 10 projects, 15 projects of 50 lakh each, as small as you may be or as big as may be. There is no limitation on the highest amount, but minimum amount is 50 lakh rupees to be going for a listed to be listed on the stock exchange. Now, though Mr. Gupta has given you some brief on the benefit of the registration on the stock exchange, I will take you through. Any questions till now about the background of the social stock exchange, why the social stock exchange come into the picture, what is the thing? And now I'm going to benefit for the NGOs. Yes, please.
Hello. Yeah, how do you value the things?
Yeah, sir, I have a full presentation on that. That how to measure the impact. I have a case study. We have done the impact assessment for the education sector. I will let you know 1 rupee spent will give you 1500 rupees return. So that is the beauty. Once you know that things, that will be part of my presentation only. Yeah. So the challenges is first, you are governed by different laws and regulations. You might be registered as a trust, as a society, or as a Section 8 company. And you are making the accounts according to that. Compliance, different calculations, different benchmarks, different reporting requirements. You can keep on the cash basis, you can keep on the accrual basis. So comparison is not possible. Second challenge you are facing is the comparison between the NGOs. How I see that Colonel is good or any healthcare foundation is good, which one is good in the same thematic area, even, right? So second point challenge is coming outcome and impact depends on the service users. It can be depending on the geography also. That might be I am working in a typical geography or tribal area. You are working in a suburban area. The results will be different. From 1 rupee, the suburban area NGO will get more better results than NGO working in the rural area or tribal area. So they have to do more efforts to bring them up. Then third chapter is coming. It is objective and subjective, both. So there is a subjective element in the assessment of the NGOs. When I went for my first impact assessment, because I'm a chartered accountant by profession, so first lesson I learned that it is not a financial audit. Right? I have no to question on the basis of numbers. And second is that in social audit, it's the primary data is the field, not what the organization is providing. In financial audit, primary data is the what financial documents company is keeping out. So there is a difference between the assessments, but these are the objective and subjective based on the survey, how sample size you are selecting. That's why credibility of impact assessors also come into the picture. How they are assessing your organization and how good they are in their skills, how experienced they are. That is where the role of impact assessors also come into the picture. Third one is benchmark of one intervention could not be applied to other. As I mentioned, There can be different geographies. So these are the common challenges in comparison. And social stock exchange, by the rules and regulations, they try to map up all the regulations, all the challenges of the comparisons by providing you a platform for the fundraise. These are the benefits to register. So there are the two steps on the SSC. One is the registration, another is listing. So ultimate objective of the social stock exchange is to get your projects listed on the stock exchange. But to get the projects listed on the stock exchange, you have to be registered on that. First of all, you have to be registered on the social stock exchange. So NGO will be registered on the stock exchange. And your project can list on the stock exchange. What is the difference? That if an NGO is running 10 projects or even single project in three districts, you can segregate or separate out one district, make it one project and get it listed. Demonstrate that to the stock exchange or your crowd funders or to your organization or to your donors that we are running this project. This is the time bound. These are the KPIs we are going to follow. I will show how credible information they are asking you while getting the project listed also. But coming that, access to capital is the first. The moment you are registered on the stock exchange, your name is among 150. I mentioned you. In India, how many NGOs are there? 33, 34 lakhs NGO, right? How many are registered on the Darpan portal? 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs are on the Darpan portal. No, no, 5 lakhs. Check the data, Darpan portal data. Niti Aayog Darpan portal, 5 lakhs NGOs today are registered on the Niti Aayog. 1.6 lakhs are the organizations who are with the ATG, income tax. So 1.6, 1.7 lakh NGOs. So out of 33 lakhs NGO, right, only 5 lakhs are on the Darpan portal that are registered with the government seeking for the government aid. Only 1.6 lakhs, 5% of the NGOs are with the income tax, and 80,000 NGOs are having the FCR, and only 100 NGOs are on the stock exchange. So, do you want to be this 115 part of 115, or want to be 1 lakh 80,000, or want to be top 80,000? Second benefit, that you are among these 100, top 100 NGOs of the India out of 33 lakhs. That is the one credibility, one marketability you can post on your website. Like I am mentioning that we are the first firm empaneled with ICMI SAO for the impact assessment. So first mover advantage you will get. You will be in the top 100 or top 115, top 150 organizations who are registered with the SSC. Second advantage, so you are getting the access to the capital. Currently, as I mentioned, we are giving the donations on the basis of fees. If I know you, I will give the donation to you. If I don't you, I want to escape. Until unless I believe the full documentation is there, only then I will give you the money. So you have the access to the capital. Your credibility will increase overnight. The first line in the sentence, in the slide of Mr. Asraf, will not be the income tax. They will say we are registered on the NSC SSC. Our project, three projects have been listed and successfully completed through social stock exchange. In the moment you write that line, my organization from Kerala will become the national organization. Every person, though we don't know nothing before this, right? Even your Atma Foundation from the Kerala only, I just sitting, I said no, but see, they are listed on the, they are the first one from the Kerala who is registered on the social stock exchange. You can be the top 4, 5. First 5 which are registered on the social stock exchange, your organization can be for them only. Then you can also market yourself. Third one is the increased visibility. So credibility, visibility, Mr. Gupta also mentioned, the moment you are registering yourself, your credibility will increase. ATG has gone now. Gone now means if you are registered or you are listing on the project, ATG is there, you must, and you will get the ATG, the donors. But now in the new regime, No one is getting ATG benefit, right? Only credibility, that is a credibility certificate now that we are registered under the Income Tax Act. And also the NGOs, the moment they find donors don't have interest in the ATG, they also will not get the renewal of ATG. Because earlier they want the ATG for the donors to establish the credibility. But in the new regime, ATG scheme has gone. So now if you want to credible, if you want a credibility section, then this is must that you have to register on the stock exchange for your credibility. Visibility I mentioned, the moment you are on the national stock exchange, you are with the listed companies. Then wider reach, you have currently donation from the locals, from the Kerala only, from your local district, then you can have a wider reach. The full nation, when you are coming with the IPO, like you are applying for the Reliance IPO, right? Adani's IPO, everyone is applying. Who are dealing with the stock exchange, they are applying in the IPO. So I'm not saying SME IPOs are coming. And those who are dealing in the stock exchange only or stock market also, some stockholders also don't know which IPOs are now coming, who are not actively involved. But if a good NGO come with the IPO, there will be a buzz in the market. And that's why I request all the big NGOs first to come forward with these IPO kind of things so that people will be aware that they are coming with a listed project. That will help the small or mid-sized NGOs to come up with their funding projects also and to challenge the crowdfunding. Then it will be a benchmarking and standardization. As I mentioned, there are the standard formats for all kind of NGO, whether you are a Section 8 company, trust, or the society. There are the standard 1K formats, one KPI, one things are mentioned, so that we can easily compare that how much efficient you are in the education sector, or in the health sector, or in the hunger sector, poverty sector. That is the major areas where the NGOs are working, and we can compare how efficiently you are using your funds. Another point is increased efficiency. Now, sir, after registration, there will be a lot of compliance. We have to increase our staff. कितना पेपर वर्क करना पड़ेगा? We have to do lot of paperwork by registration to give the answers. Why should we give the answer? That will improve the efficiency. The organization who are already listed their projects or registered on the stock exchange, we have discussed with them. They themselves mentioned that efficiency of their departments, even their field staff, has improved because they are the measurable targets now. Even the private sector, when the our last date is 30th September, right, of balance sheet, we go by 30th September only. Most of the returns we filed on the 31st July. If the return date is 31st August, we will file the first. What happens if the return is 31st May? They will file. All the listed company publish their account now by 31st May, within 2 months. Earlier, the limit is June, July, and they are doing it in June and July. Reliance has published yesterday only. They have 2 lakh crore, 11 lakh crore rupees revenue. They published their accounts yesterday only. Within April, within 30 days, with the digital era. So that will become the efficiency, measurable impact. So this will improve the efficiency. Another point is the talent. The big challenge today NGO have is the talent pool. Who want to work with the NGO? A chartered accountant. He also want, if there is a very big NGO, named NGO, I will do. If my NGO is registered, then I will proudly say I am working with a listed NGO. So you can attract that talent. Good governance is another way. Now, benefit of the listing. So this is the benefit of registration. You will get the credibility, visibility, talent pooling, efficiency. Benefit of listing on the SSC is that long-term investors. Today I have to build a hospital or a project school. I met 10 donors, they are okay. And in between, next year they stop my grant. Even CSR, they stop the grant. My project is in between. Now I am coming with thoughtful and very listed project that we have to come up. with the projects, with the fund, with the proper timelines. Who is managing the project? Like in the mutual fund, you understand fund manager. So in NGO, when you are listing a project, you have to mention who is managing this project, who is the HR manager of this project, who is the public relation manager of this project, so that he is answerable. People know if Ashraf is doing good job, so everyone want to go with this project within that organization also. So that is too minutely they are asking for the details. Also, what remuneration you are giving to the management or to the personnel or key management personnel out of the project. So they are not saying you should not pay. It is the part of the project only. If you are raising 50 lakh rupees, 1 crore rupees, 10 crore rupees, you can keep aside 1 crore rupees, 2 crore rupees, 1.5 crore rupees, or 20 to 25% for the administration also. You have to disclose. So what is the difference? Why I am telling this? Sir, वो तो अभी भी होता है. So if an NGO is keeping 25% administration fund separately and applying only 75% on the coach, and then you have claiming that this will be the impact. Within 75 lakhs, I will educate 2 crore girls. And another is saying, ki, okay, I am spending full money, only 5 lakh. Only 5 lakh I will go on the administration. 95 lakh I'll spend, but I will educate only 1.5 crore girls. So they are keeping only 5 lakh rupees for the administration. In today's scenario, we are saying this organization is honest. They are spending 95 lakhs for the coach, right? Keeping other things as the same. 5 lakh they are keeping, they are genuine persons. They are not taking money out of us. And they are taking only 5 lakh rupees. This is a minimal amount. इतना तो होना भी चाहिए. 95 lakh they are building. Second organization is saying we will keep 25 lakhs as the administration fund. We have to maintain the building, we have to hire the talent pool, and we will spend only 75 lakhs on the coach. But they are claiming I will educate 2 crore girls, and that they are claiming we are educate 1.5 crore, 95 lakh wala. Who is more efficient? 75 lakh who are paying 25 lakh salary to their educated, talented staff who are spending on the planning, structured way of thinking. But how to come? Today we are not asking. We are just giving and just checking that okay, your fund is 5 lakh rupees only, 95 lakh is going. Outcome is what? No one is measuring. No one is asking you except for the CSR because that is also mandatory. That's why they are coming up after you that give us the impact assessment report because that is mandatory by the government now. Otherwise, once they will give, then nobody is asking how much you are making. Only lag raha hai. The intention or mentality is that you are spending maximum amount on the noble coach. How you are spending, how much the impact driven it is. Nobody is no, very few organizations are measuring this thing. The moment you are registered or listed on the stock exchange, this effect will come. So you will get the strategic planning. You have to think what project I have to bring, what is my baseline, what is my need assessment, what should be the outcome of my project. So log frame analysis you have to do, research analysis you have to do in advance itself. You have to set the target KPIs. You have to disclose it in your DFRD that this is my target KPI, this much target audience, this much target segment beneficiaries I am targeting with this fund. And this is how I am going to make an intervention. The same project, same things more or less, which you are making for the CSR projects. Well, there is nothing new. Don't afraid. There is nothing new which you are going for the CSR project in the same kind, but a little bit more in the measurable kind of thing. We're still missing in the CSR. In some CSR, I have seen some reports where they have the clear KPI targets, how much beneficiaries you have added, how much things you will take. Now, how many of us want to register? I am coming to the registration part. Benefits we have covered, right? Now, registration you can do yourself. So, registration only 5,000 rupee expense officially. Officially, in the sense, officially, unofficially 5,000 rupees. If you want to appoint an advisor, there will be a fees for the advisor. Good part is that SSC officials are very cooperative, friendly in the nature. You can do yourself. Today, I will run through how to register yourself on the stock exchange through the SSC portal also. You can go to your office, ask your staff to get a registration on the stock exchange. The list of documents is available on the website of the SSC. You can get the list. Only thing is that if you prepare, it may take 2 months or 2.5, 3 months. If you take help of any advisor, it may take 1 month because there is a less to and fro of the queries from the SSC. That is the only difference. But if you have good staff with you, you can register yourself on the stock exchange with a nominal fee of 5,000 rupees for the NSC, SSC both. So what are the steps? First of all, you have to check whether you are eligible or not. So there, as I mentioned, the first thing you get is credibility. And to give you the credibility, obviously, stock exchange has to check your documents. And these are all the documents which you already have. No new document is to be created except one certificate from the social auditor or the chartered account, your state auditor, that you are eligible. That is only one document you have to give additionally, or some affidavits are there. Otherwise, basic documents you all have. And mindset. Most important thing you require to register on the stock exchange is the mindset कि मुझे बड़ा होना है. I have to be a bigger picture. I have to be at a national level. I have to build the ecosystem. I have to be part of 2047 Viksit Bharat. I have to be 116th NGO to be registered on the stock exchange. I have to be 15th NGO to get my project listed on the stock exchange. And big NGOs who are looking at that हमारे पास तो पैसा आ ही जाता है, we have already tie up with the CSR corporates etc. I especially request them to come forward because it is easy for them to bring the awareness. What is lacking today? सर 4 साल हो गए, 4 years, only 100 NGO. Why? Only four. There are 23 exchange kinds came in, right? 150 NGOs have been registered, 30 have lapsed. They have not raised the funds because they come up with a hope कि NSC will give them the fund. आपको बड़ा होना है. NSC, Reliance को पैसा, NSC is not giving the money to Reliance. NSC is not giving the money to Adani. NSC is not giving to money to any company coming with the IPO. It is the NGO who has to come up, who has to bring the road show, who has to show their showcase, who has to advertise their project to the masses that we are at the NSC. We are coming with this project for a noble cause. This is the impact coming. Give us the money. We have to channelize the fund. We have to channelize the crowdfunding. And for that, effort is required. The big NGOs, big social sector like Thermal, they can easily get the project listed like oversubscribed rather, like Reliance. If Reliance come up with an IPO, it is 100% oversubscribed. If they come with an IPO, it will be oversubscribed. If they come with 1 crore IPO and the 40 crore is crowdfunding, it will subscribe 10 times. But this 1 crore is very small amount. I suggest you should go for 30, 40 crore uh, IPO or 100 crore IPO. That will be great. Because you see, why the in the any project, if SME also coming with an IPO, they're coming 30 crore, 23, 30 crore, 40 crore IPO at least minimum. Requirement is this. For NGO, they are keeping only 50 lakh rupees. The government is putting the resources just for a 50 lakh rupees because their idea is to support all the small organizations also. As I mentioned, 33 lakh NGOs are there. Out of 5 lakh NGOs should be registered on the stock exchange. Their idea is this. But the idea is that if big organizations are also not coming to list their projects, how the small will get benefit. So first, we have to target the big organizations who come forward, make a showcase that look, crowdfunding can be done through the stock exchange also. Then creation of login portal in the NSC, BSc, SSC portal. You have to go create your login. I will tell you the screen also. How can you create the login ID? You just have to give the name, what is the purpose, and you will get your registration IDs from the SSC on your email. After that, you have to fill in the form, you have to make the attachments and submit it to the portal only. Everything is online. All the documents, formats, they have given in the SSC portal only. Then they will raise the query. Obviously, it's a government kind of department, and you are also filing it for the first time. So there are queries coming from their end. And after pushing, submitting their queries, resolving the queries, they will give the approval. Now, registration on the SSC portal you have to do. Submit the application from online portal. Clarification on the queries of SSC. Registration fees is only 5,000 rupees only. Now, what is the eligibility criteria? That is the most important part. Whether I am eligible or not, or why my credibility will increase, what the SSC will scrutinize. The first important point is that there should be a social intent. What does that mean? I have shown you 17 SDG goals. They have been mapped with the 16 thematic area in the stock exchange. You have to be work in any one of those 16 thematic areas. If you are working in those 16 thematic areas, any one of those, you are eligible. Your first condition is clear. You are having a social intent. Your target beneficiary should be underserved, vulnerable audience are there, should be there, underserved and less privileged population. Right? You are not serving the high profile population through your NGO. The target segment should be clear. Who is your target beneficiaries? That is the second thing they are looking at. Then this has been now waived off in September. The fourth condition, then your 67% of the activity should be from these kind of activities. These have been waived off. These are only for the profit organizations. And then they have specifically mentioned corporate foundations, political or religious organizations, any professional body like ICMAI, ICI, CA trade union. They are not trade associations. They are not eligible to be registered on the stock exchange. So if your NGO is getting donation, more than 50% donation from one foundation or one company, even then your NGO is not eligible because it will be treated as a corporate foundation. So to be registered, you should have more than two donors, three donors, but each should not contribute more than 50%. Any single donor contribution should be less than 50% only in your NGO. That is the condition they are checking it. So this is the basic conditions. So how many of you are qualified? Everyone is qualified till now, I think so. That you have the social intent, right? Nobody, that is the main condition that you are fulfilling the 16 out of any one of the 16. And donor should be, individual donor contribution should be less than 50% of the total donation. That is important part of this. Then what are the documentation part? You must have NGO income tax certificate, sir. ATG or 12A registration is compulsory. So it means only 1,70,000 NGOs are compulsory eligible as of date. Out of 33 lakhs, only 1 lakh. And even then, out of those, you should have a valid certificate for 12 months. So if your certificate is going to expire in September 26, you are not eligible. So it should be valid for at least 12 months from the date of registration. Application. When you're filing the application, 12 months it should be valid. 12 AA or ATG certificate should be valid for 12 months. You can be a charitable trust, you can be a society, you can be a Section 8 company, or you can be a trust under the Indian Trust Act 1882. So any of these you are having the incorporation or the legal entity, your certificate should be valid for a minimum of 12 months as on date of application. You have to declare any ongoing legal cases on you, any disputed cases on you. You have to declare to the exchange all those things. You have to submit your 3 years financials, audited financials to the stock exchange. You should have valid income tax PAN number. One condition is there. Your organization should be minimum 3 years old. Anyone any new organization here who is not 3 years old? Okay. So the organization must be 3 year old. Only then you can get register on the stock exchange. So what are the conditions? One, you have the social intent. That is, you are doing the activity mentioned in the 16th thematic area, and almost in India, every NGO can fulfill this thing. Second is that you should not be a trade association. Your funding should not be from one donor. More than 50% funding should not be from the one donor. You should not be a trade association. You should not be a housing company. You can be affordable housing, but not the housing society. So you can be affordable housing society, but not the housing society. That is the conditions on the activity part. What activities you are carrying out. Second is that you should have valid certificates, credible certificates. In the credibility certificates, they are seeking only 80G and 12A certificate that should be valid for more than 12 months. Then they are looking at your valid IT, and one part more they are asking your minimum spending in the last year. You should be 3 year old. These three conditions will filter out many organizations. One, you should be 3 year old. Second, your last year spending is 50 lakh rupees. Third, your last year fundraising should be 10 lakh rupees minimum. So these are the neighbors. Thank you. Right. So these are the three conditions. 50 lakh spending spent, 10 lakh fundraise, and 3 year old organization you are. All the certificates, all the recognition should be valid for at least 12 months on the date of application. These are the requirements. How much time it will take, sir? From the date you start, as per my experience, it will take 30 to 40 days. Though I can claim 7 days or 10 days registration you will get, practically it is not possible. So we are not giving any false hope. If either you do yourself, then it will may take 40 to 60 days or 90 days. If you do through any advisor who has already done this, the only difference is that for the first time when I do this thing, I am in the same boat as you are today. So I might take 60 days in my first experience. To and fro. Now we have a set of the questions. We know what query can come and that benefit you can get, but at least 30 days, 40 days, because NGOs are also very have other priorities. So once the query come from the stock exchange, they will sit on this after 10 days, after 7 days, they will reply. When we push them, please give us. Then we have to push the NSC, SSC also, because they are also have not having the full-time job. So once you send the reply, they will respond within a week. Once we send the query, our response is also going in after a week or 10 days. So 2, 3 rounds will be there, and it will take at least 30 to 40 days to register. How it is happens? That first we have to discuss, we have to make up the mind. 2, 3 days will go in that. I have to compile all the documentation. 1 week will go on that part. Then I have to register myself on the portal. They will send me the login ID password. That will also take 3, 4 days. After that, I will upload the documents. During preparation of document, I may face some difficulty. It will take 10 days. I will upload the document. Query will come. I will reply to them. So if everything goes smoothly, it will take 22 minimum to 40 days approximately, depending on the response submitted by the NGO. This is a detailed document list checklist compiled for the last 3, 4 slides that you have to give. the activities of the NGO that you already have. You publish your annual report, I believe. Everyone have that activity. If anyone don't have any document, they can ask me how to create that. Right, but I believe every NGO has their vision statement, target statement. What is the basic differences, or what are the FAQ or the normal queries raised by the NSC or BSc, that also going to tell you that your MO is not matched with your activity. आपने ट्रस्ट बनाई थी, you have made the trust in way back 20 years, 30 years or 40 years before, sir. Now you have changed the activity without changing your base trust document. Now when you are going to file, your objectives are not matching with your activity. Your vision statement is not matching for the activity you are going to register. So your vision statement, mission statement should be in sync with the thematic area which you are going to register, for which you are going to register. That is the first and foremost checklist you have to develop while making the registration. That is the first query from the department, that your vision statement is not matching the thematic area, or your target statement is not matching the thematic area that you have submitted. Then you have to make your vision again. Second, sir, detail of governing body. Every organization has this readily available. What happens in this case also? Your governing body director name not matched with the Aadhaar card, right? With their PAN number. So these are the document lapses. When you are going to scrutinize, they will scrutinize that you are giving the same name as on the Aadhaar card or one of the trust document. Those are mentioning on your governing body documents. Same name has to be mentioned. So these are the small points which need to be take care, not to keep the documents blindly and attach them. Otherwise, you will get a full list of queries. So pre-scrutiny is required, that every document you are submitting, that should be in sync. Third one is that, sir, registered certificate of the company is under section 8 or 12A or Trust Act. So what the problem is coming? Name of the organization is different. Address is not matching. You have changed your registered office. You don't have the resolution with you. So documentation is also strong here. Virtual office is not allowed. You should have a physical office of the NGO. That is also a condition in the registration. Then coming to the governing document of the NPO, like bylaws, constitution, MOA, AOA, and in that they will match the object clause of the organization with the thematic area again. Then 12-way certificate we have discussed. It should be valid for 12-month application. Validity registration. Last three financial and audited statement. Now, if you are in 26, they will ask for 31st March 26 only. सर उसको तो सितंबर में लगेगा. So you have to be efficient. You have to get the accounts audit of 31st March 26 to be eligible to register on the stock exchange, because they will ask now. Though your due date is not due for the audited, but for them, they have to give 3 year previous financial audit statements. Then resolution from the governing body, because it is important. This is checklist point only. It is nowhere mentioned in their published checklist. But whenever I am going to register, my governing body should approve that okay, you can register. It's a resolution by the governing body of the NPO or NGO that they have to pass a resolution that they are willing to register on the stock exchange. Then confirmation from the NPO that I am eligible. I am fulfilling all the conditions. I am having 12-year valid registration for 12 months. I am validly incorporated in the law. I am 3 year old organization. All these affidavit kind of thing, there is a format. They have mentioned that is confirmed by the NPO in writing on a stamp paper. Then confirmation from the state auditor. That is another 5,000 plus expense I told you. This is one the state auditor certificate that this NGO is eligible. One thing is there, the government department is taking the certificate just for their safety, but they are doing their own regular scrutiny also. Right? So it's a double check that you are getting a certificate from the statutory auditor or the social auditor, and also they are checking themselves whether all the documents are in place or not. Now, website address of the entity, you should have a valid website. Darpan portal ID is must. If you don't have that is also not written in any regulation. That is the NSC, right? So these are the things that Darpan portal to NSC website pay we don't see, and this is now they are asking. That is must. You should have a Darpan portal ID. So before going to registration through SSC, you should register on the Darpan portal with the Niti Aayog. Then you have to give the name, experience, designation, contact detail of the governing body to the stock exchange. So now, why it is required? As I mentioned, credibility will increase. So I have to see the NGO who is running, managed by whom, what is the credibility, what is the experience of those leaders who is managing this NGO. That will add to the credibility. So it is accessible to public who is the governing body leader or who is managing the project. That is also required that you have to give. You have to give the list of top 10 donors for the last 3 years. Who are your donors for the last 3 years? How your organization is running so far, right? That also give that list will also be scrutinized by the stock exchange. Activities taken out by the NPO in the last 3 years. They are also asking the impact report of this. So, but it is not need to be assessed. You can prepare your impact report as per your own understanding that this is the impact we have created of the society, right? And submit it. Even if you are getting the report for your CSR activities, those are also can be submitted to the stock exchange to get it registered. Otherwise, you have to take the help of a professional to get the impact assessment report. Obviously, it will come with an expense. But I believe every NGO who is going to register, they should have the impact assessment report with them. Then we have the name and if it's section 8 for the section 8 come any material litigations. आपका कोई material litigation for the last 3 years if there is any pending, you have to give all the litigation, disclose all the disputes to the stock exchange. So this is the registration checklist broadly. Now sir पैसा कैसे मिलता है? How we get the money? Before going to the listing process, I will go take you through, walk you through the how you will get the money. So they have created a instrument which is called zero principal zero coupon bond, ZCZP bond. Have you know this term or not? No. Okay. So you know the share, debenture, mutual fund unit. We all know that. Same kind of thing is this ZCZP bond, zero principal zero coupon bond. Means those who are giving it, they are not getting any principal, they will not get any interest. Coupon means interest. So they are not getting any coupon, any interest on this, not any principal on this. Only units will be credited to their demat account. So they must donor must have a demat account to be a legitimate donor. So every donor should have its own KYC. So if I have opened a demat account, I am having my own KYC. I am a genuine donor. That again create a credibility that every fund is coming through the genuine routes. So donor must have a demat account who want to donate in your company because they are getting the units in their demat account only. So government has created the zero coupon zero principal instrument. That is the funding structure basically. I am not touching upon the right part because social stock exchange is for both. One, the organization who are making profit and one who are not making the profit. That is the NGO which we are targeting today. To be on the for the profit, only those organizations can list who are already listed on the main board or the SME board. They can bring the project, but I am not touching base upon the right side part. I am focusing only on the right part. Right part is that if you are an NGO, that is Trust Section 8 company, or the society, eligible society with the documents, you have to go the registration with the registration guideline. Then you have to go for security listing. You can go for the impact funds. If you're a Section 8 company, you can go for the equity also. But currently, they are going for the ZC, ZP bonds only, instruments only. 15 minutes. 15, 20, 20. Yeah. So minimum ZC, ZP bonds shall be issued only by the NPOs registered on the social stock exchange and shall have a specific tenure. What does mean? That you cannot issue endless, right? You should have a time period of the project, that I will complete this project in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. It can be for a specific tenure only. Second thing is that without any coupon, no principal amount, that I already told you. It can be only for a specific project. You can list 10 projects if you want in parallel also, one by one also, no worries. But it should be for a specific project. Minimum issue size is 50 lakh rupees and donor can contribute 1000 rupees as minimum as 1000 rupees. If 50% is not there and minimum subscription is 50%, suppose you list a project for 50 lakh rupees and you can get funding only 25 lakh rupees, it's okay. But if you get less than 25 lakh rupees, you have to return full money to the donors. Then individuals can also subscribe now. So this is the process instrument that you are getting, ZC ZP bonds or the units. For this, what I have to do? अब यहाँ पे खर्चा आता है. Here you have to make the expense. For registration, there is no expense. Only 5000 rupees plus stat auditor certificate. No expense means very less expense. Or 40-50,000 rupees if you want to appoint an advisor, that fees will be 50,000 rupees. But benefits are immense. After registration, the stock exchange will give you 3 years. Earlier it was 2 years. Now stock exchange will give you 3 years to bring your project listed. If you are not making any project for 3 years, then they will discontinue your registration. But my view is that getting your NGO registered at least on the stock exchange itself give you the visibility and credibility and indirectly funding also. How, sir? The three giants coming here for the CSR, if you represent to them, sir, we are registered on the stock exchange, your credibility in their eyes will increase, right? So indirectly you are getting benefit, a lot of benefits, and you have 3 years to get your project listed, right? So, but obviously, for the listing, we have to appoint the advisor. It is a technical subject. It is a 200-page document and may not be prepared by the organization themselves. Though all the information is given by the organization has to be a clear mindset. They have to give the bucket. They have to depute the resources also who can work as a team. It's like bringing an IPO only. So smaller the size may not be practical. Bigger the size, always be the practical. For 1 crore rupees, 5 lakh rupees estimated expenses are there, 5 to 6 lakh rupees. But good part is that NSC from the capacity building fund is reimbursing the full up to 5 lakh rupees as your expense on your successful listing, sir. So practically, you are getting only 1 lakh or 2 rupees expense also to get this 50 lakh rupee fund or 1 crore rupee fund. They are giving you 5 lakh rupees back on your successful listing from their capacity building fund to promote the stock exchanges. We have to appoint the registrar who will take care of the issue of the funds. We have to open a demat account also, organization, have an agreement with the NSDL and CDSL. We have to open an escrow account where money will come in, park till the time we are ensured that all the money is legitimate with the valid demat account holders are there, that will come in. Then we will file the DFRD for 21 days. It will be published on the website of the NGO as well as on the website of the stock exchange. For 21 days, it is open for the public. Post that, There will be queries again from the stock exchange. We have to meet out those queries. It will take 3 4 months process, and then they will give the in principle approval. Once you get the in principle approval for the DFRD document, it is they will give you 6 months for the final fundraising document. During this period, you have to do the roadshow. You have to publicize your project to the public to get the funding and announce that our IPO will open on this date. Please invest, and then you will invest. So this is the whole process. Phasing and timeline, feasibility of the KPI, everything take 5 to 10 days. Then it will take 10 to 15 days to draft the DFRD. We will ask you the questions, we will ask you the information, risk factors we have to publish, right? What are the risks if the project is not fully funded? Then I will cater down the 50% of the population, not 100% of the population. Or I will say I will manage my funds through this activity. So this is whole will come. Now, when it I mentioned 21 days, it is going to publish on the website. Within 30 days, SSC can ask you the questions and you have to reply their questions. So normally 30 to 34, 45 days, it is going to be DFRD in principle approval. Post that, you have to open the IPO. In that also, you have to open the IPO for 10 days. After that, reconciliation will happen and you will get the bank account after 10 days, means at the end of the full reconciliation. You have to keep this amount in a separate bank account. You cannot mingle up the funds with your normal accounts. Every 3 months, you have to give the statement of utilization. That how you have spent the project. That is the only one requirement for the listed projects. Every year, you have to give the impact assessment report. That is the second compliance, major compliance expense from the listing. No any other major compliance expense from the registration or listing. Registered entities can give the impact assessment at their own, no need of third party assessment. But listed entities have to get it assessed by the impact assessment firm. So the burden, the thing what we are looking at, okay, there is a lot of compliance we have to do. Not much more compliance is there. The all others are the practical procedural issues that you have to appoint a grievance officer. Obviously, you might have in your organization who will take care of the grievances. Statement of utilization, no mingle up of the funds, and impact assessment report annually that you have to do. That are the only major compliances. Rest can be taken care of automatically if you are managing the organization. Sir, any questions? I will take 20 30 minutes more. Sanjay ji, bol dijiye, please. I think they have arrived, but it will take 30 minutes. I think I'm going good, right? Yeah, I will take all the questions, sir. I will take all the questions and not leave the stage till I answer all the queries. But I want to show you, this is the part where I have shown you the benefits of the registration, what you will get on the listing part, how to get your company registered, what are the documents required. I will show you what is the remaining now, that I will show you how to get it registered. I will show you the NSC website also, the screens where you can get yourself registered. The only thing challenge is there, lack of awareness, compliance versus benefit. Lot of us are not aware about the social stock exchange. What are the benefits that we have discussed today? Then compliance versus benefit. That there are a lot of compliances. What benefit are there? Mr. Ashraf may ask me, Mr. Rakesh, we are getting the crowdfunding anyhow. Why to go? But my request, my suggestion is that such kind of organization must go. Because if you are not coming forward, because you are already having crowdfunding, and you will build a next level of trust among your donors. Even maybe I don't know about the tunnel. If you come up, I may donate also. So your sources, your reach, you can create a bigger impact. Currently, you are in 19 states, you can be in 28 states also, sir. Right? So you have to, the bigger can become more bigger, and that will give a chance to the mid-sized NGOs to become more bigger. So everyone will be benefited through your efforts. So we have to come forward, especially the big organizations in this area. The lack of standardization framework of accounting and reporting, that is also a challenge, right? And SSC is going to build up this with building SSC ecosystem, that government is thinking of to allow CSR fund in the SSC just to push up 10% of the CSR to be routed through social stock exchange. But one thing for sure, I am getting you guaranteed that like you are encashing ATG certificate as the credibility, the moment you are registered on the stock exchange, you whether you list your projects or not, you will get edge over the other organizations because you are top 150 organizations who are registered on the stock exchange only. So that is the edge you are having over the others the moment you get your organization registered. So these are the compliance part. Now I will want to show you one calculation that sir asked how you measure the impact, right, sir? So this is the impact assessment study we have done. But the donor will not get anything. It's a zero coupon, zero principal bond. They're neither getting the interest nor getting the principal. What will they get then? Right? They're getting social return of investment. The moment we tell that you are getting the social return of investment, it will be the beneficial. Your performance will be measured, right? Your performance will be measured in a measurable term. This is the assessment study that we have conducted for the educate girls. The NGO which is listed on the stock exchange, they have raised the fund and working in the area of UP and Rajasthan. So social, we have to come forward, and the NGOs who are looking for the CSR funds and only for those, we have to channelize the crowdfunding through this. Right? Though government is looking for making 10% CSR compulsory for the listed projects, but I can guarantee you, the sirs are also here, that corporates will also prefer to donate or to contribute their CSR to the NGOs who are registered with the stock exchange or who are coming up with the projects with the through the stock exchange. So you will get an edge over the others in CSR contributions also. How we calculated this? Just quickly, there are total 3,64,000 beneficiaries in the year which they are targeting, and out of this 3,13,000 has completed the primary education. So this foundation is targeting for the only the primary education of the girls to ensure that they will continue their classes till 8th of the class, increasing the attendance in the school, ensuring helping them to admission in the schools. Then we have given only contribution to this education only 10%, not the full, because we mentioned that infrastructure is of the government. Government is also giving some incentives to the parents and the childrens. That's why they are coming to the schools also. So you are only contributing 10%. That is again a subjective assessment. As I mentioned, that impact assessment is objective as well as subjective. So they may find that, okay, sir, our contribution is 15% or 20%, but it's a thing that you are contributing to helping their documentation. You are ensuring that that girl should go to the school continuously. When we do the survey, we find out that they are helping, they are increasing the attendance. We have discussed with the stakeholders also, with the principals, with the sarpanch community leaders, right? We mentioned, we discussed with them, and then we find out that there is an impact creating by this foundation, but we give only 10% weightage to them. Then we come up with the program cost. They have spent 126 crore rupees on this program, for this program. and benefit is 3,13,000. Then we calculate how we calculate, sir, your answer. How we calculate the measurable impact? We find out that with a survey, if a girl is primary education, that is 8th class pass, her income will be 14% more than the uneducated girl. If the same girl passed out secondary class, senior secondary, their education will be more than 100%, earning are more than 100%. But for 8th class pass of primary education, it is only 14% increase in the. So there is a base is the 62,100 rupees per year. Means 270 days if a woman is working, and 200 rupees is the minimum wage we have taken for the unskilled or uneducated. So 62,000. Then we have calculated only increase in the numbers, and 25 years is the working life. So there will be increase in the income of 2,17,000 over the working life of that woman if they she passed out. Then family and population cost sharing. That means earlier they are having three childs on an average. Now they are having 2.5 child. Means because they are educated, they will marry late, right? Their fertility rate will be lower. Education expenses will be saved, and 18,000 rupees for the 14-year because the education period. So per year, if the expense is 18,000, there will be a saving of 1,20,000 or 26,000 on that account. Then we have come up with the child malnutrition reduction, because if you have less children, malnutrition rate will be less. Cost of saving on the medical expenses will be less. We have converted that also as a 15,000 savings, because for the first 5 years malnutrition is there. So we have crossed that stage. Then early child bearing, income loss prevented, because you are getting the child at a later stage. You can serve or you can grow more, you can contribute more, earn more. This is how we are coming up with a saving of 6,60,000, and spent per woman is 4,000 rupees approximately. So this is how we are calculating that if you are contributing, it will be 165 times they are getting in return over the lifetime. Because we have given 10% to the educate girl, so this is 16.5 times you are getting on every 1 rupee spent, sir. This is how we are measuring the SROI. This is one example, and that is published on the stock exchange. The methodology as well as the impact assessment report is mentioned on the stock exchange also. The last part I want to show, sir. Any questions so far? So this is the LSC platform. What is looked at? This is step one. When you are visiting the NPES website, the NSC registration website, you will see this screen, and you have to log in yourself. You have to go for the new registration options, which is given just here. Here you will find out nothing. It is written here on the third row in the white. You may find it this out. There is a new registration. You have to click here. The moment you click the new registration, they will ask you whether in which form you want to register. Whether you want to register as SME, then you have to mention as a SSC NPO. Option will come. You have to mention it as a SSC NPO. For that, you have to create your own login ID and password and submit it with the yeah, and contact person details you have to mention and submit it. You will get your login credentials over the email. They will assign you an application number. That application number you have to keep it, because in every correspondence for the registration part, you have to mention that application number. After that, after getting the end answer, you have to mention, because you forgot the password. Then obviously you have to remember the hint question and hint answer to revive your passwords. That is also important. Then to mention about the type of entity. These are the entity details. That what kind of entity you are, whether you are a charitable trust, society, or Section 8 company. PAN number of the organization, GSTIN number, and you have to attach the GSTIN numbers and entity registration number. You have to mention the address, email address. This email address is also important. You have to select whether you want to give it of the highest authority or the authority who is into day to day dealing with the organization, because all the important correspondence, OTP, etc., will come on this email ID, which should be accessible basically. You have to the website of the organization. Then you have to give the contact person details, their email address, and all these things. Then RT addition, this is optional. There is a registrar. It is not compulsory at this stage, but at the listing stage, you have to appoint the registrar. But here you can skip it. Then the application form is completed. With the NSC, you will get the address. After that, this is the BSc registration websites. Because we are running short of time, sirs are here. Uh, I want to show you one more thing is there. The documents are there. That screen is missing, I think so. There's a list of website is there. Yeah, yeah, this one is. No. Contact person details, RT addition. Where we see. So one slide also come where they will give you the name of the documents that you have to uh, uh, attach the registration document, PAN number, you have to attach the deed, you have to attach the statutory certificate, everything one by one they will ask, and you have to attach one by one. The file size should be less than 1 MB. So this is to summarize. Basically, SSC is there for the funding. SSC is a fundraising platform, right? And give you the visibility, credibility the day you register. And it will have the indirect benefits also, whether you raise the funds or not. As I mentioned, that ATG has gone in the new regime, whether you will have an edge over the others, whether you approach the corporates for the CSR fund, or whether you have to go for the contributors or in donors. If you are registered on the NSC, you have a nationwide reach and edge to get the fund reached. With this, I think any questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, the other side of that, when you look at the for-profitable organization,
Yeah.
uh, how do they look at that? So you said that there should be some condition like 50 lakh minimum, like 15 lakhs of spending for the last financial year, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the same things, how do you, how do they look at it as a for-profitable organization?
So for the profit organization, they have to bring the 67% of their activity should be for these coaches. That is the criteria for them. Yeah, 67%. Earlier that was also for the NGOs. Now they have waived it off for the NGOs. Only for the FPO, there is a criteria of 67% of the activities for the target beneficiaries. Yeah. 50 lakh and 10 lakh is there also, but that is a particular segment that they had for the profit organizations have to mention also that their spend is minimum 50 lakh. That criteria is also there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But and additional condition for them is also that their 67% active revenue spent both for the last average 3 years should be for the target beneficiaries.
So when you look at this, because we are listing the projects, right?
Yeah.
So the main the when you look at the entity is like a for-profit. There is a conflict of interest because this has to have a impact on and the major means the holding entity has a profitable mechanism, right?
right? No, but that will be subsidized. It can be 100% profitable mechanism. 67% of the activity is for the non-profit.
Oh, okay.
That is for target beneficiaries.
Okay, for this
Yeah, you can
money,
collect the money. Yeah, you can collect those till now. No FPO is registered on the listed on the stock exchange. But as per the theory or as per the things which are there, it is evolving in the stage. But as per the understanding given, there 67% of activities for the target beneficiaries. Only 33% can be for the non-target beneficiaries, which can be cross subsidized.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other?
Um,
One.
I have two questions.
Yes, please.
The first one is who actually allocates the bond?
Who
Because
actually?
you say that um, uh, the money is going to come as bonds, exactly bonds, yeah?
Yes.
Now, who actually allocates that bond? Like, is there a manual process like that? If, for example, if I'm a don,
Yeah.
I want to allocate my full money into a trust.
Yeah.
Is that possible? Or if there is a mechanism inside that uh, we need to
Okay.
go through
So,
this?
sir, yeah. So, Jersey ZP is not the ownership bonds, first of all. Jersey ZP is the bonds or the money you are giving donation for the particular project. If their fund size, if their donation size, project size is only 1 crore rupees or 10 crore rupees, you can donate maximum 10 crore rupees, number one. And if there are 10 donors like you who are getting 10 crore rupees, everyone is giving 10 crore rupees fully subscribed. Then they are having 100 crore rupees in their kitty. They can allocate only 10 crore rupees. They will return balance money to the donor.
No.
They cannot collect more than 10 crore rupees against that project because their project requirement is only 10 crore rupees. So, like IPO is oversubscribed, same way their project is also oversubscribed. So, they have to make the same kind of allotment with the lottery system or the thing with the help of registrar. They have to refund the money.
Okay. So that donor can make a decision
Donor can,
where his money goes. Yeah.
yeah, donor can make a decision that whether they want to give 5 crore, 10 crore, whatsoever amount
Yeah.
on that project.
Thank
But if it is oversubscribed, definitely they will get the pro rata allotment. They have to wait for their next project. Yeah.
you. You think it's going
Next.
to be oversubscribed in center?
Sorry.
You know, are you
I'm optimistic, sir. One day will come that these issues will be oversubscribed.
almost
Like your IPOs are oversubscribed, and we are waiting that we will get a share or two shares of this company, right? And, Tata Capital issue came in, and then we found that everyone will get the shares.
yeah,
But they are applying for two application. Every family member is applying the application only. Now they are getting.
that's a
The same way, one day will come when you will come with an FRD, the project listing, and people will donate the money, but they are not getting the chance to donate you,
thank you very much.
contribute. Yeah.
Thank you very much. But our intention is to donate.
Yes.
Not
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Not the problem.
last is are you going to share these notes for us? You know, it's too much to make notes.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, I will mail it to the ICMI SAO and they will circulate to the register.
You sir,
Definitely.
wrote this text.
Definitely.
Right.
Thank you.
Sir, one more question, please.
Yes, please.
Sir, you presented well, but there are a lot of confusion.
Yes.
See, I don't know how many NGOs are going to register in SSC,
Mhm.
but the thing is that, in Kerala, there are 5,000 NGOs,
Yeah.
okay, already registered in the urban ID.
Yeah.
But the thing is, many leading NGOs are not interested in registering SSC
Yeah.
because they have already established an alternative fundraising platform already.
Mhm.
And why do they think that okay, it's mandatory to register an SSC?
No, SSC registration is not mandatory, first of all. Second, it is recognized. So now, like there are the exchanges also, the Delhi Stock Exchange, Kolkata Stock Exchange were there, right? Now it is a nationwide stock exchange. Now, whether you are listing on a Kerala platform or whether you want to list yourself on a national stock exchange, so your credibility will increase. You are getting the funds from the local platforms also. Like sir mentioned that we are getting 40 crore rupees as the crowdfunding itself. It means that there is some platforms are coming, right? That over donating the money. People are ready to give the money. But if it is channelized through regulated source, your credibility and visibility will increase.
These are already these leading NGOs are
Currently, you are
also.
limiting only in Kerala, right?
No, no, no.
Yeah,
It's not like that. Okay. We already established our credibility in all
yeah,
over India.
yeah,
And why? So my question is that okay, the question is really see, many NPOs are ruled out.
yeah.
Okay, actually, I look at this SSC registration is many NPOs, small level NGOs are no, they cannot register an SSC because the criteria you mentioned here. Because at least 15 lakh spending should be there. Okay,
Yeah, because because you are going to because if you see, I mentioned that SMEs also who are listing the IPOs, they are coming with 30-40 crore rupees. The NSC itself is giving now the ticket size of 50 lakh rupees. Earlier it was 1 crore rupees. They have reduced it to 50 lakh rupees.
yeah.
So it is basically for the NGOs who are really want to create the impact, bringing the credibility, because NSC is also responsible for the credibility.
See, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the credibility.
Yes, sir, please. Yeah, please ask. So nice.
Hi, good afternoon. I represent Tata Group of Companies, Tata Lexi. I wish to answer from a corporate angle. See, it's only a matter of time now. As a group organization, we are already encouraging most of our NGOs to register in SSE because it's a method of risk mitigation also. Because the most important thing is, as a Tata Group organization, we wish all our NGOs work in the field and the impact happens on the ground level. It's only a matter of time. We will make it mandatory that we will work with the NGOs only registered in the SSC. This is going to happen very soon. We already started, it's optional. In a span of 3 to 5 years, we will make it mandatory. At least we will make it mandatory. This is going to happen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's what exactly I'm telling all these guys before you came in, that registering on the NSC or NSC SSC is not only getting you the fundraising, the channelizing. It will give the credibility because CSR heads of the organizations will look at where you are registered. Earlier, credibility is with the ATG only, whether registered. Now your credibility is one side edge up, that whether you are registered or listed your projects or not, because their risk mitigation will be there. They have to also get the impact assessment report if the spend is more than 1 crore rupees. So if you are getting your impact assessment reports also, then it will give them the edge also that okay, these guys are genuine, getting the impact assessment report themselves, submitting to the stock exchange. So this educate girl impact assessment is available now on the website of the stock exchange. Anyone can go and see the SROI, how this is calculated. Sorry, for
Foreign funding is prohibited.
foreign funding is not as, eligible on SSC as of now. It's only the Indian. Anyone else, sir? Sirs are waiting. That's why we can quickly take one or two questions more. Then I can take after during the lunch. Okay, I believe that questions answer over. Thank you very much for your patience hearing, and nice to interact with you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CA Ramesh Dayal, for that highly insightful and thought-provoking session on the state of social stock exchange. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We now move into an
Thank
engaging
you.
panel discussion on corporate NGO collaboration and funding pathways. To lead the session, I
Sorry,
invite
I
our
think good, right?
moderator, Mr.
Yeah.
Muhammad Danish, co-founder of
You have tea.
Kosia.
No, no,
I also invite our esteemed panelist, Mr. Sharath M. Nair, CSR and Volunteering Head at Data Exchange. Mr. George D. Das, Chief Executive Officer of Manappuram Foundation, and Mr. Shabir P. KCS, Sustainability Head at Malabar Group. I request all of you to kindly take your seat on the stage. I now hand over the session to the moderator.
also. Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon. Respected participants, esteemed guests, and uh, most beloved professionals from organizations which are grassroots which are effective throughout Kerala as well as from nearby states, including those from Tamil Nadu as well as Karnataka. This is Mohammed Danish. I'm standing here before you as a moderator to this session. So before we get, I think I'm audible, right? Yeah. So before we get into this session, uh, I would like to first give the idea and philosophy behind the whole program, uh, as well as to this specific session in itself. As we know, social stock exchange is an emerging concept in itself, with organizations currently in a stage whereby they are, as ji pointed out, are in a process of evaluating social stock exchange at the same time, while the platform in itself develops to be more inclusive of the larger not for profit sector. So uh, I would like to enter into this session with a scenario whereby India's one of the most rural, one of the most marginalized, and one of the most uh, backward regions. That is, uh, this is one of my experience working with the Prayan Foundation. So the organization works in the Kishanganj Araria region, which is an aspirational district as per the central government notification. However, given that there's nearly 34,000 crore rupees being pumped in with respect to corporate social responsibility fund into India, Bihar, neither Bihar nor Araria region, nor the organizations working in those regions are recipients to the CSR funds. So this is whereby my personal excitement with respect to CSR comes from. So an organizational fund and an institutional policy which is enabled by the government of India to ensure that much more corporate responsibility is extended towards organizations across India is being spread out in a very vague way. So the ultimate aim of this dialogue is henceforth to understand what specifically is the denomination of the distribution of funds. What specifically is the policy encouragement that leads to the distribution of funds? And more than everything, uh, as we know, while not-for-profit organizations on the one side runs on a very minimal scale of operations with respect to their finance, and from from my experience as well as from the excitement that I heard from the guests, we are all looking forward to the CSR funds. So CSR fund is the main area of expectation for any program. So essentially, working in not-for-profit sector is nowadays closely related to corporate social responsibility funds as well. So it is in this scenario that we explore how and practically how not to approach corporate social responsibility fund, especially uh, from the kingpins of corporate social responsibility uh, fund heads in itself. So we have George, sir, who is the CEO of the Manappuram Foundation. Manappuram Foundation is one of Kerala's largest CSR fund donors, with their contributions largely spread out from Trivandrum to Kozhikode itself. And we have Mr. Shabir, sir, who is the head of corporate social responsibility Malabar, and we have Mr. Sharad, sir, the corporate social responsibility and volunteering head of Tata Elxsi. So I extremely welcome everyone to this session, and I'll be moderating this session for a while with a few relevant questions. and I expect more relevant and practical questions from the audience. So we'll proceed with the session. That said, however, our main aim of aim of this session is to ensure that corporate social responsibility dialogues are being much more accessible to the grassroots organizations. So as we analyze the pattern of corporate social responsibility fund in itself, with organizations uh, adopting corporate with the compliance requirement of corporate social responsibility coming into effect in 2014, we have a large chunk of corporate social responsibility funds uh, year on year increasing to more than 2% of what is mandated. So here what we do is essentially to understand how and what aims and drives corporate social responsibility funds in the larger scenario of the not-for-profit organizations. So everyone, I warmly welcome everyone. Thank you. Yeah. So Jotzer is asking. Yeah. So we have organizations across Kerala, mostly not-for-profit organizations, but also social enterprises. And we have a few participation from Karnataka as well as Tamil Nadu. But that said, we have a very creamy layer of organizations who have nearly 20 to 30 lakh plus of minimum revenue in their operations. So to begin with, uh, I'll I'll first of all start my question with Shabir sir. So Shabir sir, nearly 200 crore rupees have been promised by Malabar Group uh, for the upcoming 5 years at least. No, for, for the upcoming 1 year. Okay, in each year. Yeah. So my question is with respect to organizations for grassroots organizations out of here. How is Malabar's policy with respect to grassroots organization? And how do you expect the grassroots organizations to reach out to ensure more collaboration with respect to this?
First of all, thanks for inviting me to the session. And I really feel honored and humble when I attend this kind of sessions, especially with uh, young audience and aspiring NGOs and their ambition to, grab the opportunities at first. But I have my own disappointments. These sessions sometimes doesn't be useful to the fullest level. So that meaning there some sometimes there are obstacles or some roadblocks. These organizations are not able to make it full use, and that's what Danesh was clearly pointing out. And Malabar Group, just to give a glimpse how we operate in terms of CSR, we have a commitment of spending 5% of our net trading profit towards CSR, and this is from our beginning. It's even beyond a point of we started since our inception in 1993. We did it more structurally since 99. This is well before the CSR law itself came in. So uh, that also comes with a challenge to the external organizations because we have that level of experience and exposure to how to do it. When a corporate actually pitch to or collaborate with an NGO is when they are not able to do it, or when they don't have an experience or an idea how to actually spend this. But for Malabar, we have well versed how we should spend it
And this 5% is also we are allocating it locally. Wherever we are generating the profit, accordingly that 5% goes to that same location. For example, if we are making a profit of 100 crore in Mumbai, that 5 crore will automatically go to the Mumbai. And we have aligned thematic areas and initiatives. Aligned meaning CSR, meaning Schedule 7 of Companies Act, aligned initiatives and FTG aligned initiatives. Accordingly, as per the need assessment, we will be doing uh, in each location, we will allocate this fund to our multiple initiatives. Uh, Being said this, we always uh, look for NGOs and their aspirations, how we can collaborate. We collaborate locally. Um, we do at different levels. Uh, for example, tunnel is going to be tunnel or meaning since 2021, tunnel is our primary implementing partner. So wherever we are expanding, tunnel is also coming along with us in expanding the project. That's like a trusted relationship. We are so clear and they're also so aligned and close along with us. There is no confusion and there is 100% transparency. We got into that kind of relationship. Uh, we know each other. So Tunnel is one implementing agency we are aligned with, and we are also getting into new alignments. Like, for example, last year we have collaborated with WHO and Pratham, and we are looking for more collaborations this year or from this year onwards. But what we will be primarily looking will be it's like for NGOs, for external NGOs, my only suggestion is that you should see it as a job opportunity. How you look for a job opportunity, you actually study the company or organization you are actually applying for. When you actually prepare for the interview, uh, I don't know how many people really do that, but it's basically you have to be fully aware of the organization and the job description they're looking for, and be confident about your alignment. So we are also looking for the same kind of alignment. We look for programmatic alignment and organizational alignment, nothing else. So if that matches, definitely newer organizations will be onboarded from this year onwards. And that explanation for the 200 CR, we progressively calculate our CSR budget every year. It's not that we look at our last 3 year profit. We project profit for the coming year, and accordingly, 5% will be calculated. So we are projecting a profit, uh, and its 5% is actually 200 crore for this financial year, 26-27. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, I'm coming to George, sir. So, I'm coming to George, sir. George, sir, Manappuram runs a host of projects through Kerala, and I know most of these projects are implemented directly by Manappuram. And a few days ago, I had a discussion with a friend of mine who is also a TCN uh, regarding the who's also working in CSR as well. So our point of conversation was somehow corporate finds that directly implementing projects are much more effective rather than partnering with an organization. So I would like to know your perspectives with respect to uh, what challenges exactly are you facing in partnering with an organization, if that is the case, or if you see that there is a large there's a large benefit for implementing projects directly. What is that gap that implementational organizations can also cover?
So my name is George Leaders, Chief Mantra Foundation.
Manappuram Foundation is the CSR body of Manappuram Group of Companies. And our CSR fund is this year 53 crores only. As you told us that we are implementing directly main parts. At the same time, we are partnering with NGOs like Different Art Center to Antrim, then even Salimali Foundation in Velangalur, then some with the Pirgotra Dialysis Center, Pirgotra. Almost 15 NGOs we are associating with in different fields. And the Mantra Foundation, our vision is to create a healthy, educated, and a happy community. So our focus is on education, health, and happy community means social services we are taking up. Under health, we are running diagnostic centers where we are providing 25,000 worth generic medicine free of cost every day, including consultation to BPL families. Then everywhere we are providing a lower rate for all treatments, and we are providing uh, free camps in nearby villages to make sure that they know their present positions. Then we have ambulance services, we have uh, physical fitness gyms, swimming pool, and so many. Then
Sport grounds.
and counseling centers, yoga centers. That are the things in health sector. In school education, we have CA Academy, Entrance Coaching Academy, Civil Service Academy, schools. We are running such, and we are providing the best education support to the people. And we are giving 30 to 50% discount for BPL students. That's an education part. Moreover, then happy community part. We are doing so many service projects like we donate 125 electric three-wheeler scooters for differently able that we select from all over Kerala. People who within the age limit of 20 and 50 who can, if they get a three-wheeler, they can start the life with it. So we physically verify each and every person and see that it can be they can stabilize. Then for muscular dystrophy patients, there is a trust called My Trust. With them, we are giving a three electric scooters worth 1.5 crores lakhs. Electrical each electrical scooter costs 1.5 lakhs. You may be might have seen the Bangalore days filling Parvati using a three-wheeler scooter, the three-wheeler the wheelchair. The same wheelchair we have given 100 more than 100 wheelchairs all over Kerala. There also every time we'll publicize it and we'll collect applications and we'll see that each one is received by the person who is. We have almost 80 staff in our head office to see that everything is in order. Then we have organizations in the we have separate staffing, and at the same time we are associating with NGOs. There's and for example, Pirgota Dialysis Center, we are giving 1 lakh rupees every month. Then their main dialysis machine, 9 dialysis machines are given by us. Their sewage unit is given by us. So many projects we are support, regular support we are giving to them. Then our Salimani Foundation, it's a project where a village is adopted by Salimani Foundation and they are giving this farming, natural farming, even fish farming, vegetables, paddy, everything they are doing on without any pesticides. All they are empowering the villagers to it in the conventional methods, and they are using conventional old type Navadari or then Kuruva then such healthy food they are doing. There also we are giving 1 lakh rupees per month plus they are supporting their projects. So then differently art center by Gopinath. adapt to society. In so many societies, we are giving regular support. So we are both way we are doing, not only in Kerala, majorly in Kerala on government offices, upgradation of government offices, like, colleges, hospitals, and so on. Even during the COVID time, we spent almost 3 crores in ventilators, oxygen concentrators for government hospitals. So many projects we have taken up like that.
Thank you, sir. So, I would like to know a few details about data Alexis projects as well. And then after this round of uh, session, we'll go ahead with more specific questions as to how you choose as organizations. And yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Raj. I represent Tata Group company, one of the smallest company of Tata Group. Tata Lexi, it's a what is a commercial research organization, unlike TCS. And our group spend is around 1100 crore, and we are speaking about 35,000 crore. In India, group is spending almost 1100 crore. And speaking about, I will start from the structure we follow. We have multiple organizations inside monitoring all Tata Group programs. One is we have Tata Trust. All the we have a framework of CSR. It runs as an organization, even though it is a not for profit. They monitor, evaluate, audit all Tata Group programs internally. Then we have Tata Sustainability Group, who takes care of disaster management and volunteering, etc. Parallelly, they also audit all the CSR projects and volunteering activities. Then internally, every Tata Group organization have internal audits of all the program compliances run by the CSR program. By all these audits, we ensure that everything is in compliant and as per the etiquette practices of Tata very clearly. This was on the compliance side. Now coming to CSR team, how we select is that as a Tata Legacy, we been contributing to Tata Trust. All our funds used to go to Tata Trust for a long period. Then we thought that let us do something ourselves independently. Years back, maybe 5 to 8 years back, we started doing ourselves CSR program instead of giving to Tata Trust all the amount. We started with a lot of smaller programs. When I took a 1 year back to the CSR of head of Tata Elxsi, I've been in other role within the organization. There were almost what is it 35 plus NGOs working across 4 locations. We have a policy that we work in the states where Tata Elxsi officers operates. That is almost 4 states: Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra. That is where we operate mainly our CSR programs. And what we restructured within the last 1 year is that instead of spreading our funds across 35, 40 NGOs, we are drilling it down to 10 to 15 maximum. But we are deepening our investment into a holistic development more than a spread across multiple programs. This is as per we have a strong committee who are independent and reviews all the programs. This is a vision carried forward that we will be doing, as Sir clearly mentioned, a holistic development or something which can be a sustainable instead of just spending 2% anywhere. Uh, After all these companies, what we do is that NGO selection, there are no limitation of structure how we select NGOs. We primarily focus on whether the last person beneficiary is getting the impact or not. We don't look into the lot of because last 1 year I traveled across almost all the projects within the Tata Elxsi. What I realized is not everyone. There are bigger or good organized NGOs also. Those who present well, submit well, but the beneficiaries are not so impacted. But people surprisingly that NGOs who struggle to submit a report been very effective within the local communities. I was surprised that what the report is under reporting their activities within the field, which I corrected their reports and I had to work on their reports because I personally investigated all their activities. So we prefer more than presentation, how you report that we will also take care. The last beneficiary, that is Tata Group's fundamentals. Giving back to the society is primary business core values also because Tata Group started 8 hours work in 1900s. Then what is it? Accidental compensation (PF), These all started by Tata Group. So it is a part of business. Forget about CSR. It is a culture of Tata Group organization. The only I tell my our employees also that the only way to lose the job in Tata Group is be unethical. No other ways you are going to lose your jobs. Uh, that is the group I represent, and what we started is that holistic projects across four states instead of spreading across. We Kerala we are doing, Tamil Nadu we are doing, Karnataka we are doing, and Maharashtra. And we are reducing the number of NGOs. That is where SSC is coming to picture majorly because we are a small team. Personally, I don't believe in increasing a lot of. In a group itself, we are a team of only three people. We invested a lot because we are ITITS organization. We invested internally in developing a lot of portal automating processes, etc. Because my team, even my team is from TIS, Tata Institute. Again, TIS is the primary. You are also from Tata Institute. It is Tata is a brand itself. Yes. For everything. So we are only a team of 3 to 4 people only. What we do is that instead of doing all the statutory works, etc., which we have automated, they spend quality hours on selecting the real impactful projects. We work on that, and I personally receive higher amount of projects, and it ensures that it is happening in the field itself. Uh, Over all this, we also do from the CSR third party audits, independent audits. The report directly comes to me and the MD. No one else has influence. They only connects for the basic details with my team. So we ensures multiple ways the program is impacting the real beneficiary. The policy is very clear. It don't mind whether how I am treated, how the NGO is treated is irrelevant. Whether the beneficiaries are getting impacted and it is sustainable. That is the model we operate. It's a very tough model. A lot of questions across the group comes. Yeah, that is how Tata group operates.
Great to know. And by the way, we have a good chunk of audience as well from Tata Institute of Social Science, including Shabir sir. So now coming forth to Malabar Group, uh, I know Malabar Group majorly focuses on organize. Also, I would like to know your perspectives as well on a personal level. So there are many organizations out here who are, as Sharad sir pointed out, are very grassrootly powerful and trusted within their own respective communities, but are not compliant with respect to many documents, or are not, I would say, visible enough to tap into the larger CSR pool. So, as I mentioned, in in many of the organizations that we partner with at Insocia, uh, we have found that many organizations employ the individuals who are working over there are underpaid. The uh, organization in itself runs through financial crisis each day and out. So my question is largely for a perspective from your side as to how these smaller organizations can come forth, and if there are any instances whereby you have handholded some organizations, or if you would like to handhold any organizations based on their projects. Yeah.
See, basically, uh, what I told uh, earlier, it's like getting a job. It's like attending an interview and cracking the interview to get a job. That clearly you're showing alignment programmatically and organizationally. Organizational values that should align well. Because CSR is pivotal for any organization, and we clearly see CSR is one of the core business philosophy. That's why we have started long ago. And so selecting the implementing agency is of utmost risk because they carry our badge as well.
Reputation.
So it's you know the era of social media and all to get a backlash. It's quite easy. So whom we are selecting is at most risk, I would say. So it's not about how the compliance thing. It's
Hmm.
not just that.
Hmm.
Compliance comes as a mandate in itself, but we do further check on the organizational value alignment and how it is being primarily aligned to our program.
Mm.
If that is not relevant to our program or our strategic thematic areas, there is no discussion further there. So I think these are the roadblocks sometimes NGOs end up those are closed when they apply. And if they apply with meaning without looking at it, there's no point. Meaning the organization should research it well before they apply. Make CSR fundraising plenty and look at three of us. We implement ourselves mostly. Tata, for an exception, they do it, but they're also now looking at SLCs, more getting into the implementation. Malabar has a Malabar Charitable Trust, an implementation agency in itself. So, meaning, sadly, there is increasingly lower bandwidth for NGOs to come in uh, unless it is not aligned. If it is aligned, there is enough space to work collaboratively. We also wanted to go where we don't have footprint. So, for example, when we started Hunger Free World, we were never having a showroom in Jharkhand. Bihar, we were having only one showroom. But still, with Tanal, we were able to go to that newer geography. So, these are possible.
So, just as a follow-up to that, same. So, if a small organization is to come to you, what will be the major and primary, or if you have any case studies or examples, whereby organizations were rejected solely due to their, as you mentioned, the practice of conduct in field. So, were there any specific criterion in which or indicators which the corporates use to analyze organizations?
Definitely, there are program due diligence and finance due diligence methodologies we all use, um, including the organizational and programmatic alignment looking like. We clearly have multiple reviews over document, over visit, field visit, over putting it into the CSR committee. We have multiple levels of scrutiny, and we have multiple cases we have rejected this kind of organizations on multiple reasons as well. My feeling when I'm sitting here hearing you more about the smaller organizations, I think there should be an advanced program, like an incubation thing to actually support this organization to support this early stage organization so that they can also come to a level which all the CSR corporate companies are looking forward. They can't build it without a support.
Yes.
Maybe we should come up with a incubation or early stage organization support fund.
Yes, yes.
That should be right.
Okay. Yeah. So just to put the context into matter, so we had also thought about the same, especially when we came across many social entrepreneurs, whereby uh, students, especially graduates, are very passionate about solving one specific issue. But then the immediate concern is with respect to fund. So out of college, and who will fund us, who will incubate us. So uh, we are working on it, and we'll be happy to collaborate on the same. And coming forth to Manappuram Foundation, I would like to know. So you have been in this sector for nearly 7 years right now. So I would like to know, with respect to the landscape in Kerala, how has organizations or NGOs in Kerala been uh, different, or been unique, or been challenging with respect to other organizations outside Kerala, as well as with respect to the projects as well? So how easier, and how we say with respect to ease of doing business, right? With respect to engaging with the social engagements, how welcoming and how adaptive is the system here? Thank
Yeah, Manipur is formed in 2009. Not I joined in 7 years back only. Uh, those CSR came into force in 2014 when our company became profitable. Our chairman decided to set apart a portion of his profits for the upliftment of the poor. It was started in 2009. And we usually associate with minimum requirement is the NGO should have an ATG certification, CSR certification. That minimum requirements that should be there. And in Kerala, there are many excellently working NGOs whom we have. And as I told that we'll align with people who follows our footprint. Yeah, our focus is in mainly in three fields. We have three focus areas. Those who come align with that programs, and we have also internal auditors, external auditors, PwC is external auditor. GT there is impact study. Every year there is impact study. Whatever we have done, they'll visit and see that it is reached the proper hands. And as my good friend told, we also visit every project personally. Wherever any project is done, either me or my team will visit personally for the opening. In Tamil also, we have done two projects. 4 years back, we have given for CF that dialysis and dialysis machines, and last month we have given supported a generator here. So wherever we find genuine works, we are there to support that projects. And not only in Kerala, we extend our service outside of Kerala. And so we have projects in Delhi, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and so many projects we are supporting. So we are always ready to support, align with the NGOs. But as Shamit told, we have also have our limitation because we mainly do directly. We get plenty of applications. We'll verify the details and see that if it is that much, even we need to have a visit. We go and see that it is working properly, and then we are associating with the Landscapes International. Our chairman is past international director of Landscapes International, and he is the major donor of Landscapes International, the highest donor. So we have associating, we have already constructed more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have constructed houses. We are doing in a big way construction of houses. So many NGOs we are associating the many NGOs. So the thing is that it must be we, as Shamit told that we have associated, we have already constructed more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have constructed houses. Take care. We have to take care that that NGO does an excellent job. So even many NGOs we are associating many NGOs. So the thing is that it must be tribal school. We, as Shamit told that we have associated, we have already constructed more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have constructed houses. Take care. You have to take care that that NGO does an excellent job. So even many NGOs we are associated many NGOs. So the thing is that it must be tribal school. We, as Shamit told that we have associated, we have already constructed more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have constructed houses. Take care. You have to take care that that NGO does an excellent job. So even many NGOs we are associated many NGOs. So the thing is that it must be tribal school. We, as Shamit told that we have associated, we have already constructed more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have constructed houses. Take care. You have to take care that that NGO does an excellent job. So even many NGOs we are associated many NGOs. So the thing is that international tribals. We, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that international tribals, we, as such a network, then we have associated, we have already had more than 600 houses in Kerala after the flood. And all over Kerala, we have construction operations. Take care, doing, you have to take care of that. We are NGOs that an excellent job. So, even many NGOs, we are associated by many NGOs. So, the thing is that
That's a good starting point to the whole idea of the session. As we know, mostly conversations with respect to social status schemes and conversations with respect to the future of the not-for-profit are happening around large organizations only. But this is a golden scope, especially coming from the corporate themselves, that in the coming years, that social stock exchange will be one large perimeter for servicing organizations. And the other thing which was largely put forth was with respect to a larger debate, the operations cost and the cost. At which we usually have this debate amongst the management versus the social science batch. The social work that which is essentially what which is non-large always has a complaint that the extra operation minimalization to an extreme extent, I'm not speaking about the 10%, but it's great to know that we have a 10% point market, but so it's been a point of discussion where non-local workers have been complaining about not getting paid on one hand. Even though the work with respect to non-for-profit organizations is much more than corporate organizations. So why should an individual choose social sector over a corporate company? I was a dilemma. So I think 10% is the same mentioned is a good one of the perimeter measures that organizations can utilize. And I think we can open the floor for why should are we I think 10% is the same mentioned is a good one of the perimeter measures that organizations can utilize. And I think we can open the floor why should
of mine. Well, we are giving 18 plus percentage also. Bhumi Foundations. And the program I personally, I was not at all aware. Again, thanks to Christian. The program I personally, I was there are lots of backend activities more than which I can do after receiving the fees. That the program is for 600 women entrepreneurs willing to food agro production business. More than the program revenue will be coming to this woman over a period of years. And they are using Tamil Nadu schemes for this, and there are multiple other organizations working over a period of years. So they are using go to the markets for this marketing. I was not convinced till the time I went, debated, discussed, argumented. So whenever it is Tamil Nadu schemes for this marketing, the program is, I was not convinced till the time I went, debated, discussed, argumented. So whenever it is Tamil Nadu schemes for this marketing, the program is, can you explain only debated, discussed, argumented? So whenever it is Tamil Nadu schemes for this marketing, the program is, can you explain only debated, discussed, argumented? So whenever it is Tamil Nadu schemes for this marketing, the program is, can you explain only debated, discussed, argumented?
separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products the program is separate movement as agro products production the program is separate movement as agro products the program is separate movement as agro products the program is separate movement as agro
has to come forward to provide service exactly on this. But if you want to come, some of the companies, so I don't know what right specifically, I know, but if you have to, if you have one is around forward to this one, but business partner on this side, I have to, but possibly one of these possible, there will be no testimony, but I will take one word or something like that. I will give you an education training partner. I will give you a customer. Who can support
from a management perspective. So, do we have any other to assessment based on futuristic and from the management perspective, still has the so do we have any other determined part in the project? Or when it comes to assessment based on futuristic and from the management perspective, still has the so do we have any other determined part in the project? Or when it comes to assessment based on futuristic and from the management perspective, still has the so do we have any other determined part in the project? Or when it comes to assessment based on futuristic and from the management perspective, still has the so do we have any other determined part in the project? Or when it comes to assessment based on futuristic and from the management perspective, still has the so do we have any other determined part in the project? Or when it comes to assessment based on futuristic So just to ask you follow-up question. So for all the proposals that you receive, do you go through all the proposals or you go? Very long. So for all the proposals that you receive, do you go through all the proposals or you go? Okay, so very long. So proposal is the main point of contact. For all the proposals that you receive, do you go through all the proposals or you go? Any other questions? Very long. So proposal is the main point of contact. For all the proposals that you receive, do you go through all the proposals or you go? Any other questions? Very long. So proposal is the main point of contact. For all the proposals that you receive, do you go through all the proposals or you go? Any other questions? Very long. So proposal is the main point of contact. For all the proposals that you receive, do you go through all the proposals or you go? Any other questions? Very long. So proposal is the main point of contact. For all the proposals that you receive, do you go through all the proposals or any other questions? Just to add to that question. Yeah. So you mentioned that there's a group of organizations, NGOs, which are trusted by Tata Group, right? So how to add to that question? They are trusted. So you mentioned that there's a group of organizations, NGOs, which are trusted by Tata Group, right? So how to add to that question? They are trusted. So you mentioned that there's a group of organizations, NGOs, which are trusted by Tata Group, right? So how to add to that question? They are trusted. So you mentioned that there's a group of organizations, NGOs, which are trusted by Tata Group, right? So how to add to that question? They are trusted. So you mentioned that there's a group of organizations, NGOs, which are trusted by Tata Group, right? So how to add to they are trusted. So you mentioned that there's a group of organizations, NGOs, which are trusted by Tata Group, right? So how to add to they are trusted. So you mentioned that there's a group of organizations, NGOs, which are trusted by Tata Group, right? So how to add to they are trusted. So you mentioned that there's a group of organizations, NGOs, which are trusted by Tata Group, right? So how to add to they are trusted.
coming, who are not following this new rules coming, and the whole friendship level, yes, we all kind of have this incident, but we declare this. What we do in the business is to do the same thing. This is we know before this proposal, and we continue to the conversation to do the same. So openness, transparency, fairness are the operations we consider. But that is not exactly organized. There are many friends of mine who come to me, but I will never understand more than a proposal. There are many people I don't like, but they are getting a good project and they are working with it. It's not a personal thing. Never a personal. They are working in an organization. Malabar, Manipur, Tata, these all upward ranking workers. We are taking different ways. Coming to
I think the larger perspective in which he came from is Kerala receives only 1 to 2 percentage of the national CSR funds, which is, as I said, is justifiable in both the terms. One is with respect to the number of organizations having their operation in Kerala with respect to manufacturing. This is less. And justifiable in both the terms. One is with respect to the number of organizations having their operation in Kerala respective manufacturing percentage of this is less. And justifiable in the cases. One is with respect to the number of organizations having their operation in Kerala. Kerala respective manufacturing percentage of this is less. And justifiable in the cases. One is with respect to the number of organizations having their operation in Kerala. Kerala respective manufacturing percentage of this is less. And justifiable in the cases. One is with respect to the number of organizations having their operation in Kerala. Kerala respective manufacturing percentage of
Yeah. So, do we have time? Should we take? Okay. I think. Okay. So maybe we can take one or two questions. That's very quick. So, do we have time? Should we take? Okay. I think. So maybe we can take one or two questions. That's very quick. So, do we have time? Should we take? Okay. I think. So maybe we can take one or two questions. That's very quick. So, do we have time? Should we take? I think. So maybe we can take one or two questions. Very quick.
we spoke about the financial aspect. There are a lot of a lot of startups that were financial participants still active, as well as I mean now there are a lot of lesser compared to the statistical agent example of auto agency. So as to those observed things primarily because these players have less larger NGOs. Whereas number of users larger number of users is shown for the number of larger NGOs. Whereas number of users larger number of users
followed by
Thrissur and Shiva.
I'm not sure how this mining is operating, whether the geolocation required documentation or the project
Thrissur. Thrissur and Shiva. Thrissur and Shiva. Thrissur and Shiva.
No, I was just asking about out of the satisfying any about last 4 years and newer small NGOs. We have a lot of smaller NGOs that have this happen and not just thinking about the environment. Is there a criteria again regarding this? I know it might be limited, but if you have that a lot of so, is there this a criteria of like, let's say, a small NGO has to
Okay. I will just conclude on that conversation. What Matthew sir said and what I connect from, I don't remember the name. Yeah, we need to just conclude on that conversation. What our researcher, we are basically developing the Kerala landscape research study report of CSR. So we are about to announce it in the coming week. What we saw and what we see in the larger national level is that instead of Bihar or Uttar Pradesh, which should ideally, as per the Human Development Index, should get the most amount of funds. What we see in the larger national level, the most amount of funds goes to Maharashtra as well as the second place is I think Tamil Nadu. This pattern is visible in Kerala state. So Ernakulam, which is the record city of Kerala, receives the most funding, followed by Trivandrum. I think nowadays it's Thrissur, Thrissur and then Trivandrum. So Ernakulam, Thrissur and Trivandrum takes up nearly 85% of the whole reserve funding in Kerala, which is I think the question largely comes from there is not a question versus question, but if there is a conversation happening among the corporates in anything whereby have to just clarify that. But I do understand the limitations with respect to CSRs themselves as corporate body, and I think there is a limitation with respect to questioning CSR bodies as well, more than an action. Because ultimately CSR is an extension of a service, not a social service security scheme in itself by the government, which should ensure the quality of life for the people. So I think I just wanted to put forth the clarity in the same subject. Should ensure the quality of life for the people. So I think yeah, I just wanted to put forth the clarity in the same subject. Should ensure the quality of life for the people. So I think yeah, I just wanted to put forth the clarity in the same subject. Should ensure the quality of life for the people. So I think yeah, I just wanted to put forth the clarity in the same subject. Should ensure the quality of life for the people. So I think yeah, I just wanted to put forth. I think then we can conclude.
Violence commission obviously not for within very light also started discussion
I think
maybe
then we
maybe
can conclude.
and after discussion chief collector noted the restrictions
I think then we can
started
conclude.
discussion how wanted to told us very useful, but by the time there is an issue, we believe that it is not
I
fast.
think then
So
we can
what we
conclude.
are planning to permanent resources release from that is to look at sustainable model we are looking at. So we are looking for the community for the land. Same about collective organization that CSR policy which relates to the earning money which from grants, PF money. Coming to our cases, CSR policy
I think
relates to the earning money which
I think that wraps up the conversation. I'd like to thank personally and on behalf of the organizing committee, I think of Infosia, ICMI, SAO, as well as
I think
Sanal
that wraps up the conversation.
for
I'd like to thank
the distinguished
personally
guest
and on
here.
behalf of the
And I would
organizing
like to
committee, I
thank
think
personally with
of
respect to the
Infosia,
time.
ICMI, SAO,
I hope
as well as
we didn't
I think
delay
that
your
wraps up
schedule.
the conversation
It was a
for
very informative
the
session. More than
distinguished
informative, I
guest
think
on
it's very
behalf of
practical.
the
And I would like
organizing
to
committee. I
respect
thank
to
personally
how
with respect to the
organizations
ICMI,
should approach
SAO. I hope as well as we didn't
organizations on the other
delay
side,
the conversation. It was a
and
very
donors on
informative
the other
session.
side.
More than
So thank
informative,
you.
I think it's
Thanks
very
everyone.
practical.
Thanks
And I
the
would
team.
like to
Thank you.
respect personally
How
with respect to the
organizations
ICMI,
should approach.
SAO. I hope as
So
well as
we'll
we didn't
have a
on the
small
other side.
memento for all us
It's a
listeners
very
so far.
informative session. More than
So thank
informative,
you.
I think it's
Thanks
very
everyone.
practical.
Thanks
And I
the
would
team.
like to
And respect
respect
to
personally
how
with respect to the
organizations
ICMI,
should approach.
We now move to
So
the
we'll
Momentum
have a
Discussion
small
Board
memento
as a
for all
token
us
of
listeners
gratitude
so
and
far.
appreciation to our
So thank you.
chief
Thanks everyone. Thanks the team. And
attendees
respect
take
to
the
how
kindly to remain on
organizations
stage
should
as we
approach.
proceed now to
So
the
we'll
Momentum
have a
Discussion
small
Board
memento
as a
for
token
all
of
us
livelihood
donors
and
on the other side.
Shazana
So thank you.
Mustafa,
Thanks
Head
everyone.
of
Thanks the
Governance
team. And
and
respect to how
Administration, to kindly
organizations
second the moment as we proceed now
so we'll have a small memento for all us
livelihood
donors
and
on the other side.
Shazana
So thank you.
Mustafa,
Thanks
Head
everyone.
of
Thanks the
Governance
team. And
and
respect to how
Administration, to kindly
organizations
second the moment as we proceed now
so we'll have a small memento for all us
livelihood
donors on the other side.
Shazana
So thank you.
Mustafa,
Thanks
Head
everyone.
of
Thanks the
Governance
team. And
and
respect to how
Administration, to kindly
organizations
second the moment as we proceed now
so we'll have a small memento for all us donors on the other side.
I
So thank you.
request Dr.
Thanks everyone.
Dashna,
Thanks
Chief
the
Medical
team. And
Officer,
respect to
Connect, to
how
kindly present the
organizations
next window. Request Connect and Nayak, CSR and Volunteering Attendance. Data entry. I request Dr. Dashna, Chief Medical Officer, Connect, to kindly present the next window. Request Connect and Nayak, CSR and Volunteering Attendance. Data entry. I request Dr. Dashna, Chief Medical Officer. I request Mr. Ayub P. Khan, co-founder of Infosia, to kindly present that moment to Mr. Joe Rivera. Please proceed. request Dr. Faiz Mohammed, Head of Neuro Rehabilitation, Directing kindly present the moment to Mr. Shakir PK, CSR and Sustainability Head at Malabar Group. I request Dr. Faiz Mohammed, Head of Neuro Rehabilitation, Directing kindly present the moment to Mr. Shakir PK, CSR and Sustainability Head at Malabar Group. I request PA Rakesh Dayal to kindly present the memento to Mr. Muhammad Ashraf K, Finance Manager, Channel Dayal Gandhi. Founder of Thank you all. We now break for rest. Let me arrange for all participants to have lunch arranged. Thank you all. So I request the participants and for the we now break for rest. Let me arrange for all participants to have lunch arranged. Thank you all. So I request the participants and for the we now break for rest. Let me arrange for all participants to have lunch arranged. Thank you all. So I request the participants and for the we now break for rest. Let me arrange for all participants to have lunch arranged. Thank you all. So I request the participants and for the we now break for rest. I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching the please. I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching the please. I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching the please. I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching the please. I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching the please. I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching the please. I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching I request the participants who are available here to come forward for the session for the teaching I request the participants who are available here 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 I request the
റെക്കോർഡിംഗ്. ഓഹോ, ഇതിന്റെ HDMI ഇവിടെ വരത്തില്ല, നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ കിട്ടൂലേ? നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇവിടെ തൊപ്പാകുമ്പോ കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഇഷ്ടം വെച്ചാൽ വെച്ചാൽ അല്ല പോഡിയത്തിൽ നിന്ന് സംസാരിക്കുന്നില്ല. റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് കമ്മിൻ്റായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ട് ഇതിന്റെ HDMI ഇവിടെ വരത്തില്ല, നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ കിട്ടൂലേ? നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇവിടെ തൊപ്പാകുമ്പോ കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഇഷ്ടം വെച്ചാൽ വെച്ചാൽ അല്ല പോഡിയത്തിൽ നിന്ന് സംസാരിക്കുന്നില്ല. റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് ഇതിന്റെ HDMI ഇവിടെ വരത്തില്ല, കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ചെയർ റോ എന്തായാലും മാറും. ഇത് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ നോട്ടെ, കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ലാപ്പിന് അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ആവശ്യം
കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഷെയർ റോ എന്തായാലും മാറും. ഇത് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ നോട്ടെ, കുഴപ്പമില്ല. രാത്രി അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ആവശ്യം കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഷെയർ റോ എന്തായാലും മാറും. ഇത് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ നോട്ടെ, കുഴപ്പമില്ല. രാത്രി അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ആവശ്യം കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഷെയർ റോ എന്തായാലും മാറും. ഇത് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ നോട്ടെ, കുഴപ്പമില്ല. രാത്രി അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ആവശ്യം വീട്ടിലേക്ക് നീക്കിട്ടാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഇത്ര മതി. വരത്തിയോ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് നീക്കിട്ടാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഇത്ര മതി. പറഞ്ഞോ. വരത്തിയോ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് നീക്കിട്ടാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഇത്ര മതി. ഹായ്, ഗുഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ. എല്ലാവരും എത്തിയോ? നിങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ വന്നവരാരെങ്കിലും എത്തിക്കറാനുണ്ടോ? ബാക്കിയുണ്ടോ? ലഞ്ച് കഴിക്കുന്ന ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? എല്ലാവരും താഴ്ക്കാരും. ഹായ്, ഗുഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ. എല്ലാവരും എത്തിയോ? ഓക്കെ. നിങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ വന്നവരാരെങ്കിലും മലയാളം മനസ്സിലാവാത്തവരാരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? ഈവൻ ഡസൻ അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ് മലയാളം? ലഞ്ച് കഴിക്കുന്ന ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? എല്ലാവരും താഴ്ക്കാരും. ഹായ്, ഗുഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ. എല്ലാവരും എത്തിയോ? സോ വൺസ് അഗൈൻ ഗുഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ. എൻ്റെ പേര് ഷുഹൈബ് മുഹമ്മദ്. മലയാളം ഞാൻ റീഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ ട്രസ്റ്റിൽ ഫംഗ്ഷൻ ഹെഡായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. മലയാളം IPRS ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റഡ് പ്രൊജക്ട് ഫോർ റീഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ ഓഫ് ഹോംലെസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഇന്ത്യയിലെ 19 സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളിൽ ഹോംലെസ് റീഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പോവർട്ടി ലാർജ് പ്രോജക്റ്റാണ്. മലബാർ ഈസ് മേജർ സോ ഹംഗർ ഫ്രീ വേൾഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന മലബാർ ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ് എടുക്കുന്ന CSR ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ് IPRSിലൂടെയാണ് തമിഴ് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഐ എം ഇൻടു ദി നാഷണൽ ലെവൽ കോർഡിനേഷൻ ഓഫ് മലബാർ ഹംഗർ ഫ്രീ വേൾഡ്. സോ ബിഫോർ സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് ഇതൊരു വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പാണ്. വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് പോലെയാണ് കണ്ടിട്ടുള്ളത്. വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് ആവുമെന്നുള്ളത് നിങ്ങളാണ് ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. മാക്സിമം ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ ആണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഗ്രൂപ്പായി തിരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ പരസ്പരം ഇന്ററാക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ചെറിയ രൂപത്തിലുള്ള സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് ഇതൊരു വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പാണ്. വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് പോലെയാണ് കണ്ടിട്ടുള്ളത്. വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് ആവുമെന്നുള്ളത് നിങ്ങളാണ് ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. ബിഫോർ സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് എനിക്ക് ഗ്രൂപ്പിലുള്ള ഹൗസിലുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് അറിയേണ്ടതുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സോ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് സെക്ടറിൽ NGO സെക്ടറിലൊരു 5 വർഷത്തിലേറെയായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ഫുൾ ടൈം വർക്ക് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന എത്ര പേരുണ്ടെന്ന് ബിഫോർ സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് എനിക്ക് ഗ്രൂപ്പിലുള്ള ഹൗസിലുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് 10 വർഷത്തിൽ കൂടുതലായിട്ടുള്ള ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസ് വർഷത്തിലേറെയായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ഫുൾ ടൈം വർക്ക് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന എത്ര പേരുണ്ടെന്ന് ബിഫോർ സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് സോ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് വിത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് 10 വർഷത്തിൽ കൂടുതലായിട്ടുള്ള കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരുപാട് റെസ്പോൺസ് ആവശ്യമുള്ള ഒരുപാട് വിഷയങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. 2018 ഫ്ലഡ്, 19 ഫ്ലഡ്, കോവിഡ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഗ്രേറ്റ് മൈഗ്രേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് വയനാട്ടിലുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരുപാട് നമ്പർ ഓഫ് ഇവന്റ്സ് കേരളത്തിൽ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞ 10 വർഷത്തിൽ. ഈ ഇവന്റുകളോട് നിങ്ങൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിരുന്ന ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത് എന്ന് അറിയാൻ പീപ്പിൾ ഇതൊന്ന് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നല്ലതായിരിക്കും. ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഇവന്റ് ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, പറഞ്ഞ ഇവന്റുകളാവാം, അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ലൊക്കാലിറ്റി സ്പെസിഫിക്കായി നടന്ന എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഇവന്റ് ആവാം. അതിനോട് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത് എന്നുള്ളത് ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഇവന്റ് ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, പറഞ്ഞ ഇവന്റുകളാവാം, അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ലൊക്കാലിറ്റി സ്പെസിഫിക്കായി നടന്ന എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഇവന്റ് ആവാം. അതിനോട് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത് എന്നുള്ളത് ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന്
വലിയ ഇതാണ് വളരെ ambitious activities ആണ് അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത്. 2018 കേരളത്തിൽ കൊടുക്കാൻ എൻജോയ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു കോഴിക്കോടിന്റെയും ഇന്ത്യയുടെയും വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളായിട്ടുള്ളത്. അത് ഏതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട് ഡിസാസ്റ്ററുകൾക്കെതിരെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ചു വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് ആ ഒരു ലൊക്കാലിറ്റിയിലെങ്കിലും നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ കാര്യങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടതായിരുന്നു. ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് എന്നൊരു വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്രിവെൻഷനാണെങ്കിലും റെസ്പോൺസ് ഇതിനൊക്കെ ഒരുപാട് ഇടപെടൽ ആവശ്യമുള്ള രീതിയിൽ മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടതായിരുന്നു. ഒരു ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ മേഖല അല്ലാതെ മറ്റൊരു ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. നിലവിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ 8 വർഷം പൂർത്തീകരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഏകദേശം 1 ലക്ഷത്തോളം മലയാളികൾ ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ട്രെയിനിങ് നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. അതാണ് നമ്മളൊരു അല്ലാതെ മറ്റൊരു ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. നിലവിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ 8 വർഷം പൂർത്തീകരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ലക്ഷത്തോളം മലയാളികൾ ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ
ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ കോവിഡ് ടൈമിൽ ഈ ഫോക്കസ് ഓൺ ഡിജിറ്റൽ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് കോവിഡ് ടൈമിൽ ഓൺലൈൻ
ഞാൻ ശരിക്കും കാരണമായത് പണിയിപ്പിക്കാറുണ്ട്. ഈ കോവിഡ് കാലത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ആംബുലൻസിലൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു വോളണ്ടിയേഴ്സ് ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിൽ
എല്ലാവരും ഒരു ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ അതായത് ഒരു ഹെൽത്ത് എമർജൻസിനോടാണ് ഒരു കൂട്ടർ രണ്ട് കൂട്ടർ റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത്. ഒരു കൂട്ടർ ഡിസാസ്റ്ററിനോടാണ് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത്. എല്ലാവരും ഒരു ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ അതായത് ഒരു ഹെൽത്ത് എമർജൻസിനോടാണ് ഒരു കൂട്ടർ രണ്ട് കൂട്ടർ റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത്. ഒരു കൂട്ടർ ഡിസാസ്റ്ററിനോടാണ് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത്. എല്ലാവരും ഒരു ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ അതായത് ഹെൽത്ത് എമർജൻസിനോടാണ് ഒരു കൂട്ടർ രണ്ട് കൂട്ടർ റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത്. ഒരു കൂട്ടർ ഡിസാസ്റ്ററിനോടാണ് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തത്. ഓക്കെ, വേറെ ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാനുണ്ടോ? ഓക്കെ, എല്ലാവരും ഒരു ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ ഹെൽത്ത് എമർജൻസിനോടാണ്
വയനാട് ലാൻഡ് സ്ലൈഡ് ഉണ്ടായ സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ ഓൾറെഡി അവിടെ കുറച്ച് പഞ്ചായത്തുകളിൽ നമ്മൾ ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം ലാൻഡ് സ്ലൈഡ് ഉണ്ടായതിന്റെ ഒരു പോസ്റ്റ് ഇമ്പാക്ട് എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അവിടെ ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ്ലി ഒരുപാട് റിലീഫ് ക്യാമ്പുകൾ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാർ പാനിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ആയിരുന്നു. ആ സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ എക്സ്പെക്ടേഷൻ എന്നത് റിസ്ക് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് എന്നുള്ള സംഭവം നമ്മൾ ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യാനുള്ളതായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം ക്യാമ്പുകളിലെ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് കുറച്ചും കൂടെ റിസ്ക് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഒരുപാട് ടെക്നിക്കലും ബാക്കിയെല്ലാം സപ്പോർട്ടും സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാർ സമയത്ത് ആ സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ ബ്ലോക്ക് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസിനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയുടെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനായിട്ട് സംഭവിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. ക്യാമ്പുകളിലെ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് കുറച്ചും കൂടെ റിസ്ക് മാനേജ്മെന്റ്.
ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു. സോ വിൽ കീപ് നമ്മൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ എല്ലാവരും ഒന്ന് മനസ്സിൽ വെക്കുക. നമ്മളെങ്ങനെ റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് ഞാൻ പറയാം, നിങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഒന്ന് റിലാക്സ്ഡ് ആയിട്ട് ഇരിക്കണം. ക്ലാസ് കേൾക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇരിക്കരുത്, തളർന്നിരിക്കണ്ട. ക്ലാസ് കേൾക്കാനല്ല, നമ്മൾ പിന്നെ ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനാണ് തോന്നുന്നത്. സോ നൗ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും മൂന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇരിക്കും. ഗ്രൂപ്പിന്റെ ഒരു ഘടന എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 3 ഗ്രൂപ്പിനും ഞാൻ 3 ക്ലാസ് കേൾക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇരിക്കരുത് സെനാരിയോ തരും. ക്ലാസ് സെനാരിയോയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് എങ്ങനെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു, അതിനെ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിന്റെ അവസാനം വരെ ആ സെനാരിയോ വെച്ച് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പിന്റെ ആക്ടിവിറ്റി കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നു. അതിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷന്റെ കാര്യങ്ങളും വരും. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സാങ്കേതിക ഓർഗനൈസേഷനായിട്ട് ഗ്രൂപ്പിനും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. എങ്ങനെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഗ്രൂപ്പിന്റെ ഡൈനാമിക്സ് പോലെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തീരുമാനിക്കാം. സോ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ നമുക്കൊന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് തിരിക്കാം. ഒന്ന് നമ്പർ ചെയ്താൽ നമ്മൾ ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പിന്റെ ആക്ടിവിറ്റി കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നു. അതിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷന്റെ കാര്യങ്ങളും വരും. ഒന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ആയിരുന്നാലോ? 1, 2, 3 3 ഗ്രൂപ്പായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 1 ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കാം, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 2 ഏകദേശം സെൻട്രലിൽ ഇരിക്കുക, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 3 സൈഡിൽ ഇരിക്കാം. ഒന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഇരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സർക്കിളിൽ ആയിരുന്നാലോ? 1, 2, 3 3 ഗ്രൂപ്പായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 1 ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കാം, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 2 ഏകദേശം സെൻട്രലിൽ ഇരിക്കുക, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 3 സൈഡിൽ ഇരിക്കാം. ഒന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഇരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സർക്കിളിൽ ആയിരുന്നാലോ? 1, 2, 3 3 ഗ്രൂപ്പായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 1 ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കാം, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 2 ഏകദേശം സെൻട്രലിൽ ഇരിക്കുക, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 3 സൈഡിൽ ഇരിക്കാം. ഒന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഇരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സർക്കിളിൽ ആയിരുന്നാലോ? 1, 2, 3 3 ഗ്രൂപ്പായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 1 ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കാം, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 2 ഏകദേശം സെൻട്രലിൽ ഇരിക്കുക, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 3 സൈഡിൽ ഇരിക്കാം. ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? സോ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 1 എന്നുള്ള സെനാരിയോ ആണ്, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 2 എന്നുള്ള സെനാരിയോ ആണ്. കുറച്ചും കൂടെ അടുത്തിരുന്നോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡിസ്കഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 3ന്റെ സെനാരിയോ ആണ്. ഇത് കുറച്ചൊന്ന് കീറി പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഒന്ന് ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? സോ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 1 എന്നുള്ള സെനാരിയോ ആണ്. നമുക്കൊരു 10 മുതൽ 15 മിനിറ്റ് വരെ കുറച്ചും കൂടെ അടുത്തിരുന്നോ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 3യിലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കാം, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 3യിലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കും. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 3ന്റെ സെനാരിയോ ആണ്. ഇത് കുറച്ചൊന്ന് കീറി പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. താങ്കൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 1ലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കും, ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? സോ നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ 3 സെനാരിയോ, 3 ഗ്രൂപ്പിന് 3 സെനാരിയോ ഉണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്, താങ്കൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 1ലേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടിയ സെനാരിയോ, അതായത് നിങ്ങൾക്കൊരു ഫണ്ടിങ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ആണ് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. സോ ആ ഫണ്ടിങ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി നിങ്ങൾ എടുക്കണോ വേണ്ടിയോ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒന്നാമത്തെ ഈ ഒരു ആക്ടിവിറ്റി കൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കേണ്ട ഒരു ഡിസിഷൻ. നമുക്കൊരു നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് 10 to 15 മിനിറ്റ്സ് എടുക്കാം. ലാസ്റ്റ് 5 മിനിറ്റ്സ് നമുക്ക് സെനാരിയോ, അതായത് നിങ്ങൾക്കൊരു ഫണ്ടിങ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി റിഫ്ലക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്താം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എടുക്കണോ വേണ്ടിയോ എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഈ സെനാരിയോ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഈ മെട്രിക്സുകൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണ് നിങ്ങൾ സെനാരിയോ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷന്റെ മിഷനുമായിട്ട് അലൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. മിഷൻ ഓൾറെഡി നമ്മൾ അതിൽ മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഓർഗനൈസേഷണൽ കപ്പാസിറ്റി എന്താണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡിഫൈൻ ചെയ്യാം. ഓർഗനൈസേഷണൽ കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഒരു മെട്രിക്സ് ആയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷന്റെ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ റിയൽ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഡിമാൻഡ്, ഇത് നിങ്ങൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റികൾ ആവശ്യമുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് ഓർഗനൈസേഷണൽ കപ്പാസിറ്റി തീരുമാനിക്കാം. ഫൈനലി റെസ്പോൺസിബിൾ എക്സിറ്റ്, നിങ്ങളതിൽ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ കണ്ടീഷനിൽ അതിനെ എത്തിക്കാൻ കഴിയുമോ, അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ റിയൽ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഡിമാൻഡ്, ഇത് സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ആയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയിൽ നിന്ന് ഓർഗനൈസേഷണൽ കപ്പാസിറ്റി കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രൊജക്ട് സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ആയിട്ട് എക്സിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. ഇത്രയും കാര്യങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിൽ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഈ സെനാരിയോനെ നിങ്ങൾ കഴിയുമോ, അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഡിസിഷൻ എന്താണെന്നുള്ളത് ഒന്ന് പറയുക. ആ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയിൽ നിന്ന് ഓർഗനൈസേഷണൽ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇവിടെ പറയാം. സോ ഇത്രയും കാര്യങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിൽ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾ പരസ്പരം പരിചയപ്പെട്ടിട്ട് ഈ സെനാരിയോനെ ഞാൻ കോമൺ ആയിട്ട് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താതെ അത്രയും സമയം പോകാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണുള്ളത്. ഈ സെനാരിയോനെ ഞാൻ കോമൺ ആയിട്ട് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താതെ അത്രയും സമയം പോകാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണുള്ളത്. കോമൺ ആയിട്ട് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താതെ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ മറന്നുപോയി. ഞാൻ കേൾക്കുമ്പോഴേ എന്തോ ഒരു പരിപാടി നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ മറന്നുപോയി. ഞാൻ കേൾക്കുമ്പോഴേ എന്തോ ഒരു പരിപാടി നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ മറന്നുപോയി. ഞാൻ കേൾക്കുമ്പോഴേ എന്തോ ഒരു പരിപാടി നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ മറന്നുപോയി. ഞാൻ കേൾക്കുമ്പോഴേ എന്തോ ഒരു പരിപാടി നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ മറന്നുപോയി. ഞാൻ കേൾക്കുമ്പോഴേ എന്തോ ഒരു പരിപാടി നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ മറന്നുപോയി. ഞാൻ കേൾക്കുമ്പോഴേ എന്തോ ഒരു പരിപാടി നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം? നിങ്ങളെവിടെ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കല്യാണം?
ഹലോ 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 ഒന്നുമില്ല.
ആ ഫോണൊക്കെ ഓഫാ.
ഒന്നുമില്ല.
ലൈവ് വീഡിയോ കാണുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഹലോ 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 ഒന്നുമില്ല.
ആ ഫോണൊക്കെ ഓഫാ. അത് പിക്ചറായിട്ട് വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ളതാ.
ഒന്നുമില്ല.
ലൈവ് വീഡിയോ കാണുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഹലോ ഹലോ
ചോദിച്ചു നോക്കടാ.
ഹലോ 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 ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഇല്ല. വീഡിയോ ഹലോ 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 ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഒന്നുമില്ല. വീഡിയോ ഹലോ 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 ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഒന്നുമില്ല. വീഡിയോ ഹലോ 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 ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഒന്നുമില്ല. വീഡിയോ ഹലോ 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 ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഒന്നുമില്ല. വീഡിയോ ഹലോ 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 അവിടെ ഹലോ 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 ലൈവ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ക്യാമറയില്ല, പേജില്ല. ക്യാമറ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അല്ലടാ, അത് ഇതാ ലാപ്ടോപ്പാ. ഹലോ 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 അവിടെ ഹലോ ഹലോ പറഞ്ഞു. ഹലോ 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 ലൈവ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ക്യാമറയില്ല, പേജില്ല. ക്യാമറ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അല്ലടാ, അത് ഇതാ ലാപ്ടോപ്പാ. ഹലോ 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 അവിടെ ഹലോ ഹലോ പറഞ്ഞു. ഹലോ 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 ലൈവ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ക്യാമറയില്ല, പേജില്ല. ക്യാമറ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അല്ലടാ, അത് ഇതാ ലാപ്ടോപ്പാ. ഹലോ 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 ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഹലോ 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 ലൈവ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ക്യാമറയില്ല, പേജില്ല. ക്യാമറ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അല്ലടാ, അത് ഇതാ ലാപ്ടോപ്പാ. ഹലോ 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 ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഹലോ 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 ലൈവ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ക്യാമറയില്ല, പേജില്ല. ക്യാമറ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അല്ലടാ, അത് ഇതാ ലാപ്ടോപ്പാ. ഹലോ 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 ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഹലോ 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 ലൈവ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ക്യാമറയില്ല, പേജില്ല. ക്യാമറ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അല്ലടാ, അത് ഇതാ ലാപ്ടോപ്പാ. ഹലോ 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 ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഹലോ 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 നിങ്ങൾ തീരുമാനത്തിലെത്തിയോ? ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് എത്തി. ഓക്കെ, എന്താണ് തീരുമാനിച്ചത്? എടുക്കാന്നാണോ? ഓക്കെ. നിങ്ങൾ തീരുമാനത്തിലെത്തിയോ? ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് എത്തി. ഓക്കെ, എന്താണ് തീരുമാനം?